That's fantastic.
Yeah, we're really accelerating here.
Wow. Okay. We have.
And we're live streaming. So I don't know if it's worth.
We have jurors.
Checking.
Welcome.
I don't know if it's worth checking the live stream, but that's where most of our people will be.
We haven't been thrown off Facebook yet.
Nope, not indefinitely banned yet.
There's Shane. Shane's there. Morning, Shane.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
How are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
Great.
There you are.
Hey, Shane, good luck today.
Thank you. Hi.
You've been a great teaching assistant, so
Thank you.
I'm sure everything will be fine.
Oh, thanks so much.
I'm going to stay as long as I can. I have to go to another review at another Zoom universe at 9, so.
Well, thanks for coming. I'm glad you're here.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we are primarily live with everyone that's supposed to be signing in, and people will continue to trickle in. And since we have a full day, I think we should start. So we are here to celebrate the Master of Architecture thesis presentations and have great conversations about the work. Kind of like a little bit of a reporting duty. Like, thanks to everyone in the Zoom and thanks to all our live streamers. You know, watching around wherever everyone is. We have 4 student presentations today. The students and their titles are listed on the slide. And we also have 4 wonderful guest jurors who we're very lucky to have. If we could just take a minute to let the jurors introduce themselves briefly. I will say Tanya, I know, is signing in a little closer to 9, but maybe we could just go in order. Hiroshi, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Hiroshi Jacobs. I'm an associate principal at Studios Architecture here in the DC area. And I also teach part-time at the school. So thank you for having me.
Thanks, Hiroshi. All right, Julia.
Yes, good morning. My name is Julia Nagel. I am an alumni of the program. I am calling in from Seattle, Washington, so it's still a little early for me. I am a principal and director of design at an architecture firm here in Seattle, in downtown Seattle, called Hewitt. And I'm also an assistant affiliate professor at the University of Washington College of Built Environments, where I teach a graduate design studio in the fall.
Thanks for being here. And Jacqueline.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Shaw. I'm an assistant professor at the Rhode Island School of Design and a current graduate program director as well. I have a small practice based in Providence. It's mostly a research-based practice called Studio UNM. Thanks for having me.
Okay, excellent. So I'm gonna switch over where we have, let me find it. We have recorded presentations to mitigate any digital volatility. So I'm going to switch over. So the kind of sequence of events, I'll play each student's pre-recorded presentation of their thesis. Then the student is going to share a mural link, which is a virtual workspace where all their work is virtually pinned up. They'll screen share that mural as well and kind of fly around, but everyone will be able to access the mural themselves. So we'll be looking at the same things, but also you can look on your own. And then we'll have a conversation following the presentation. So that's kind of the sequence for each person. And if you can't hear at any time, let me know.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shane Peltz. Today, I'll be presenting my thesis titled The City Symbiotic, Integrating Architecture and Hydrology in the Public Realm. The topic of my thesis is something that is deeply important to me and actually is the reason I decided to study architecture and planning. One of the biggest threats facing the future of our cities and the fate of our cherished public spaces is climate change. Our planet is undergoing changes that threaten to not only damage buildings and infrastructure, but to disrupt the very fabric of our public life. I believe there is a way to make cities more resilient, but it is going to require some pretty drastic changes in the way we think about design and require us to think at a much larger scale than ever before. I found the perfect site in Washington, D.C. to reimagine an example of how an urban neighborhood that faces the threat of urban flooding might reimagine itself for the future. As designers of our built environment, we have a responsibility to deal with pressing social problems of our times in what we design. In particular, I believe that we can intentionally design for dealing with climate change in ways that bring so many benefits to our communities. This thesis explores the concept of integrating urban design and architecture with stormwater management in a hydrologically sensitive site in Southwest DC. This project has the potential to significantly mitigate flooding for the city as a whole. It reimagines the types of civic functions that can exist in great urban spaces. It brings a significant amount of affordable housing to the city in a way that promotes environmental justice in a historically neglected part of the city. The design creates harmony between the built and natural environment that can promote environmental health and biodiversity, and also creates an amenity that drastically improves public life in the city. This map shows the 100-year floodplain for the city of Washington, D.C., with my site outlined in red. When we look at the floodplain map, a revealing pattern emerges about the hydrology of the city. The city floods along a crescent-shaped path that flows through the interior of the city. In order to understand why we are seeing this pattern of flooding, I am sharing a map of the original hydrology of the city. As we can see, there used to be two large creeks that cut through the landscape and emptied into the Potomac and Anacostia. My site in Southwest sits right on top of James Creek. Originally, this whole area was a wetland with a significant creek running through it. Hydrology played an important role in the original planning of the city. The creeks we just saw were converted into a system of canals that ran through the city and connected all the way from Georgetown to Buzzard Point and Navy Yard. Looking at the flood map today, we can see those original canals run beneath the floodplain crescent, and though they have long been buried beneath the city, water still actively flows through those channels and on the surface. The James Creek Canal runs directly through my site. Highlighted in red are all the federal and local government-owned structures that lie within the crescent of the floodplain. The interesting pattern that emerges here maps a clear relationship between hydrology and land ownership, which tells us that the spatial form of the city has evolved very closely with the presence of water. There is a topological continuity between these spaces relating to their civic function and to their hydrological function. Along the monumental core, there is a sequence of civic nodes or centers of civic activity with a very strong legible connection. By contrast, the civic sites south of the freeway are fragmented. Another distinction is that the DC monumental core is the heart of the federal government, whereas my site is more local in nature, with an existing agglomeration of public facilities owned or operated by the district. The language of the city conveys a clear pattern that design and money have gone into the monumental core. This area provides the opportunity to create a new civic center that has a strong connection to the monumental core by creating a green network connection that brings a node of local civic activity into this area and that elevates its presence in the district. Part of the reason this neighborhood is so disconnected from the rest of DC has a lot to do with the legacy of urban renewal that took a toll on the character and quality of the fabric of the neighborhood in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. So far, this project, I designed a master plan on a 50-acre site adjacent to M Street and South Capitol in Southwest DC. My site sits sandwiched between two rapidly developing neighborhoods with the Wharf to the west and Navy Yard to the east. My plan addresses the hydrologic challenges of the site, situated in the floodplain crescent, while also being very attentive to major contextual challenges inherited by this site. Until now, this site has largely resisted encroaching gentrification due to the predominant presence of public housing and government-owned facilities. A significant lack of investment is very apparent in the quality of the public realm. Now that money is flowing into the surrounding neighborhoods, redevelopment is highly imminent and even necessary due to the dilapidated state of the public housing facilities and the threat of increasing flood risk under climate change. This poses an opportunity to redesign the area in a holistic way that integrates the unique hydrological conditions of the site with the revitalization of the public realm. Part of the scheme is to bring back the historic hydrology to control flooding. I've done that through a series of water elements that evoke the natural wetlands, daylight portions of the canal, use bioretention, and incorporate stormwater management into the architecture of the structures. The three-figure grounds show the site's potential. The image on the left shows the existing buildings, many of which are already in the pipeline for potential redevelopment. The figure out in the middle shows the site after the proposed demolition for new construction, revealing the site's massive potential for redevelopment. And the figure out on the right shows my proposed scheme in the site. In the figures here, we can see the existing green spaces in the neighborhood, as well as the types of program that exist in the neighborhood. Yellow is public housing. Blue represents public facilities, including a post office, the Department of Motor Vehicles and Vehicle Maintenance Centers, Fire and EMS, and Metro Police Station take up more than a third of the blocks on the site. And the majority of this housing is very low density public housing. The major contextual issues that influence my site concept are, one, the fact that there are 3 parks here that could be better utilized to create great connected green spaces in an urban environment, but currently are very underutilized, and there are significant barriers to connectivity in this neighborhood. The majority of the land on this site is owned by the district of government and is highly underutilized and has the potential to become a new civic center for the city. And third, the fact that it is sitting in the floodplain, which is a huge design challenge, but also an opportunity to design a neighborhood that is aggressive in its approach to manage flooding while providing great public amenities. In addition, we have an opportunity to significantly increase affordable housing and also to make it more mixed income. The site is characterized by a broken grid and poorly designed public spaces. It is suffering from disconnection from large parts of the city due to the highway lying in its own quadrant of the city. There is the site of several public housing complexes, a couple of which have already been slated for demolition, and we need to address the fact that there is a shortage of affordable housing in the city. The city is looking for a way to redesign the area with more density and mixed use, while actually increasing the amount of affordable housing available to make it a higher quality space. In fact, my scheme brings in 3,000 mixed income units, which it triples the quantity of affordable housing currently available on the site. Finally, in evaluating the site, I concluded that it offers rich opportunities for designing with water in a way that could improve access to green urban parks and spaces. So my scheme proposes peeling back from the floodplain giving room to the water and creating a sequence of beautiful public spaces defined within the walls of the city. My scheme weaves the 3 existing parks to create the maximum opportunity for an urban green space that ties into the architecture that they're both serving to complement each other and mutually create connectivity, coherence, and a sense of place. At the largest scale, my proposal is to sew my site into this network of civic and green spaces that span the city all the way from the tidal basin to the Anacostia, and create a green necklace for the handling of water in the city interior. I see a spatial connection between the civic nodes in the city's monumental core and my site, which I envision as another active civic center in this overarching sequence. Much of the land in this area is government owned, yet it is largely cut off from the life of the community. The presence of several public housing buildings, such as the Department of Motor Vehicles, the post office, and the like, represents both challenges and opportunities. Some existing buildings will need to stay as they are, but others offer opportunities to improve those spaces and the overall urban design. I'm integrating architecture and hydrology in the public realm by showing how the built systems function as part of the community system and part of the natural system. It is part of the overarching goals of rethinking how we design cities, help mitigate the impacts we are having on them. These 2 renderings show how the park adapts to various weather conditions and how each space is designed to accommodate their stormwater needs in various ways and contribute to the overall functioning of the public realm as a whole. In the rainy day shot, we see several things occurring. The wetland is flooded and is naturally holding a significant load of water that can accommodate a huge amount of stormwater naturally for the surrounding areas of DC, and will be required to handle much more than its own share of the stormwater footprint from the city. We also see here the tops of the water columns in use, which is actually a vessel that holds water, can retain it, and then visibly send it into the landscape or filtration step pools. So making the architecture a point of beauty, but also education by revealing the structure to the people in the park. I've decided to reintroduce the historic hydrology that was lost to this site, but in a way that creates a great public space and amenity, provides biodiverse habitat, restoring natural elements that can provide the green benefits we need to handle stormwater and prevent harm to people, buildings, and communities. We are recreating nature within the walls of an urban space. And so we are daylighting a stream to restore it to its original wetland condition along the main axis of the site, with various elements introduced to help maintain and control water. It's all done to be not just utilitarian, but also to aid in the sense of place, enjoyment of the public space, making the park part of the system that builds communities. Here I'm demonstrating how we can integrate several ecosystem functions with the community services. The result is a really nice public space that demonstrates how to use water in design in sustainable ways and designing spaces that complement each other. They can provide mutually beneficial services. We're using rainwater in the greenhouse to raise food for the cafe as part of the local economy while providing a green space amenity. The greenhouse is also designed together with the pavilion architecturally for utility. The thick wall that runs cross-axially between the pavilion and the greenhouse is actually a structure that holds recycled water to be used for irrigation and will also serve functionally for the public restrooms in the pavilion. Here are the columns that are part of the Resilience Center. The Resilience Center is a public space with multiple functions. It provides offices for staff who maintain the park, serves as a community resource on dealing with resilience issues, and provide space for educational and civic functions. The structure is designed to demonstrate how the park thinks about water, incorporated as part of the structure of the building while also providing aesthetic value. As an educational element, it visualizes the flow and management of water, showing what happens with rainwater falling on the roof, flowing through the exposed structure into conduits that clean and transport water to the wetland. One of the most important urban experiences is the retail street. This has been strategically located right at the corner of South Capitol and M Street, and it's a highly trafficked area, so it will draw people into the site, but it also serves another public space function. It carries the aesthetic of nature in an experiential setting. As you approach along the new street, you are entering on access with the amphitheater pavilion to have the joy of shopping while listening to local performance and enjoying the view beyond into the park. Another aspect of the experience is meant to give you a bit of mystery or a glimpse another mystery ahead as you travel through the park. It's about creating carefully framed views, whimsy and mystery that you'll want to receive in a park or green space. I show how all the different experiences within the park contribute to the public space and how creating places like this is good for the natural environment, biodiversity, and health of the city. You're not designing out of fear of nature, but because it is a symbiotic relationship that provides an incredibly rewarding nature and human experience to be in a space that is both urban and green at the same time. The idea of bringing green spaces into cities is not a new concept. It is a technique used in the past for, it's been often used for reducing harm like pollution in cities, bringing light and air into cities, but with climate change, we're facing an entirely new and immense issue, unlike anything we've ever dealt with before. So we can look to the past for examples, but we're going to have to, take them to new extreme extents to deal with the issues that we're going to be grappling with in the future. Moving forward, it's important as architects and planners to think about how we integrate green spaces into the built environment to address multiple issues. And what I've done here attempts to do just that. I manage stormwater and mitigate flooding. I provide many social benefits while also creating an aesthetic harmony by designing with nature. Thank you all for listening to my thesis today. I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, great. So if Shane can share her mural in the chat. Shane, you're muted, Shane.
Sorry about that. Grabbing the link and putting it in right now. Let's see.
And
right,
then
that should work, and I'll share screen.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. And we'll try and just sort of manage the conversation organically. And if there gets to be a cue, I'll keep an eye out for raised emoji hands or anyone writing in the chat that they want to go next. Also, I'd like to introduce another jury member. William, do you want to unmute and just introduce yourself real quick?
Yes, be ever so brief. I'm William Hendricks, and enjoying the conversation so far. And I'm a partner at the Hendricks Studio and have been at a lot of firms in this region. So I find it fascinating to see a project like this challenging some very interesting issues. So I look forward to the comments.
Great, thank you. So, and Jacqueline in the chat, Shane says, your board is not accessible to me. Would you mind sharing again or changing the access?
Oh, no. Okay, let's see. Share. So I can invite directly to email addresses. Oh, maybe I had the wrong link.
Go down, members of
visitor link should work.
Okay, I'll share this one. Sorry about that. right.
Thanks, Jacqueline, for the heads up.
All right, try that one.
All right, and so while everyone gets oriented in the mural, Shane, if there's anything you want to introduce about the board or walk us through, go ahead. Otherwise, if anyone wants to share their thoughts, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. I mean, most of these images, I'm pretty sure everything should have been in the presentation. You know, aerial view and some context diagrams down along the bottom, and some additional like process diagrams, site plans, bigger grounds that I was doing throughout the process of this project. And then, you know, kind of moving over into the experiential perspective renderings over on the right side of the board. It's fun seeing everyone's little cursor wiggling over the screen.
I guess the first question I could ask is I don't know if I'm actually connected to the screen here. But Shane, one question I did have is, you know, well, thank you for the presentation. It was really wonderful to see the sort of the larger context and how that influenced your specific site, which is pretty large and ambitious. And I really appreciate the ambition behind the project. You talked a lot about the central space, which is obviously the focus of your thesis, and the park and some of the public buildings that are directly adjacent to and central to the park space itself and its environmental function. There's a series, as you said, I believe it was 3,000 affordable housing units, you know, surrounding this area that's engaging the urban context on the outside of your site. So it's, you know, creating clean street edges on the urban front and a more organic integrating with some of the thoughts about the park on the interior. Can you share with me some more information about the relationship between the building edge of the liner buildings that are part of your planning around this park and its relationship? You seem to have a depth of the buildings that seem reasonable to me for housing and courtyards, which is what you'll need. And do you have any thoughts and did you have any study about the relationship of those residential buildings, those residential courtyard spaces, and your big central park?
Yeah, I mean, the kind of shape of the building typology here is very intentional. You know, I was thinking a lot about, you know, in an urban space like this, you want to kind of repair that broken street grid and maintain the rectilinear grid, but at the same time, we're introducing this huge park space. So on the interior edge, it was an opportunity to kind of get more curvilinear and organic and really respond to, you know, the park edge that way, while on the outer walls, you know, trying to still kind of pull that street grid into the park. So there's definitely a contrast between kind of the exterior and the interior. The courtyards, the interior courtyards themselves, I did not get a chance to, you know, develop them in depth, since this was more of a project of developing, you know, the outdoor room in the park. But, you know, it's something that I was thinking about and making sure that, like you said, all the building widths are reasonable and that those spaces within the courtyards are reasonable sizes, so that it is a realistic, as a master plan scheme, it is a realistic.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, there is a lot to cover in such a large area and an ambitious project. And, you know, one of the sort of interesting opportunities, if this project were to move forward, is I seem to think, you know, how would a residential space, an outdoor courtyard space, which is this organizing element, it's a central identity for the people who live in those structures, and how does those spaces relate, which might be more residential, more private, versus the big public space in the center? and how would they integrate and engage or not. And I think that at that edge and that condition is something that could be really interesting to further study, even at the master planning level.
Yeah, I would love to continue developing this project infinitely from, you know, the master plan level to every little detail. There's so many different things you could grapple with trying to design. So hopefully I'll get a chance to keep working on that.
Did you have precedents that I don't recall in your presentation? I was sort of just absorbing everything and taking it all in. Did you have certain particular garden park civic precedents that helped?
Yeah, so I looked a lot at the Fens in Boston. That was a huge inspiration, and Olmsted Parks in general, Jackson Park. You know, just thinking about in Central Park, of course, thinking about like how you build a really like natural, beautiful park space that's surrounded by a very urban environment. How does like building edge work against park, and, you know, kind of maintaining that natural feel within the park, but still creating real spaces and being architectural about it. So Olmsted is a huge inspiration for me. Definitely was for this project.
Sure. Great. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Shane, for your presentation. I thought it was really well done, and an incredible amount of work. It's a really big topic to tackle, and to go through from a master plan, looking at the scale of the city down to the scale of individual spaces within the park, I think is commendable. I was actually really interested in the kind of one of the first slides that you had, which was the relationship of the city to this location. I actually just attended a National Building Museum lecture by David Rubin's Land Collective, who designed the 17th Street levee that cuts off the water from the mall to this area of the city. And I think it's refreshing that, you know, that to me, that seems it's a really great design, but it seems like a stopgap solution to a much longer term problem. And I think tackling that longer term problem is a really great thing for you to be thinking about. My question is kind of along the lines of Julia's question, which is the sort of integration of the residential part. You know, when we think about master plans, it really starts with the people who are there, and I think the integration of those people into the park-like environment that you're trying to create, I think is a really important thing to think about when you're designing at this scale. And it feels like there's an opportunity here to have more of an integration between the residential buildings and the park-like experience. It seems like they're very separate at this point. You know, there's an urban edge that sort of looks outward, and then within the site, it's very segregated between the green and the buildings. And so I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that segregation and kind of what you were thinking there. It's very similar to a lot of the developments that happened in this area of the city in the 70s with urban renewal. So I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate that comment, and it's really, you know, it's food for thought. You know, I did, and again, I wish I could have gotten more into the design of the individual buildings. I didn't even get a chance to move beyond kind of the facades that are lining this outdoor public space I'm designing, but it is really important to be thinking about how are the public and private spaces being connected. And if this park is being designed for the people who live in that neighborhood, which was a very important intention for me with this project was, you know, we have a lot of affordable housing residents. I don't want to come in and create this big, massive green space that's going to drive up housing costs and just take over the neighborhood. This is supposed to be for the existing residents. So I kind of approach that in a way of, well, we're making sure that we can include like at least 50% of the units are going to be affordable units. It's going to be mixed income, and kind of, you know, very different than how the existing neighborhood is. But then I was thinking about specifically the programming within the park and what kind of programming would really cater specifically to a wide variety of residents, but also, fulfill needs of residents. And, something I thought about was this resilience center that would be, for the residents, somewhere people could go during natural disasters, that would be in charge of maintaining this park space, creating educational experiences, and really making sure it was, fostering the environment for those residents. So, it was more in that. I'm also a planning student, so a lot of my mind went towards like the overarching planning goals of the project, but architecturally, of course, there was more that I wish I could have done and would love to keep working on. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
And it's a really challenging thing to do too, when you're trying to think about how you would program space like that for neighborhood residents and the residents adjacent to this, because there's such a wide variety of family types, from families with little kids, families with teenagers, multicultural, people from all over the world, especially in Washington, D.C., and they have different attitudes about public spaces and even their own homes. And so it's a really complex set of subjects, and how do you program that open space to accommodate all those different kinds of uses? But it's a really, I think it's a really good study that you've done, and I think that there's a lot of variety. I love the vignettes. There's a lot of variety from more civic, public, sort of more hardscape spaces to really soft environments that looks like you would also have the ability to study what kind of wildlife habitat would, be encouraged and promoted, and how different ways that you can do that in other vignettes. So it's just, again, I think when I was sort of watching your presentation, is the word, it's very ambitious, which is good. I think it's really good.
Well, and to that end of the idea of what one chooses to present and study this, one of the precedents you mentioned a couple of precedents, but this has a very large engineering, if you will, component in actually making all this hydrology work, and that is actually going to be one of the huge benefits to this, to not only the aspirational part of it, but also to be able to define in reasonable numbers. And I say reasonable, you don't have to have all the data, but reasonable numbers, the effects that this will have, the positive effects this will have, as part of not only making this a wonderful space, but also making it do the things you want to do. And perhaps where I want to get to a question is, what precedents or did you use from the engineering component, and have you done any off the top of a napkin kind of figuring, if I were to do X, Y, and Z, it would do this to benefit the environment immediately in this area, and to a larger extent to the greater environment of this region, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I was, doing the research for this project, since a huge component is really just holding stormwater, I was figuring out how to do calculations about, runoff, how much water would actually need to be contained in this site. And then it's tricky because, this site is the lowest point in DC. So it's not only calculating the stormwater of your specific area, but all the water in the area around you. We're in a hardscaped area. You're going to be getting water from well beyond your site. So it was trying to estimate a reasonable catchment area, and make reasonable calculations about how much water would actually need to be held in the site, which I did do some like blocking and stacking studies of water to think about like how much space do I need in this park to hold water. So I did think about that, and thinking about how to combine different volumes of spaces, how to control the flow of water, thinking about topography and other mechanisms. I looked at weirs and levees and bioswales, everything from the supernatural to the straight up levee. So I looked at a lot of different engineering options, but you're right. You know, we have an architectural background and you definitely need an engineering background to get into super specific calculations like that. But it's something that's super interesting to me. So I did do my best to look into realistic solutions that I could be designing for.
Well, that is very much to be applauded because there are many times where we have beautiful solutions, but nobody has even the slightest idea of how it works. So I certainly applaud the digging into numbers on this, because that's really going to be one of the ways that we get stuff like this actually built, is to be able to demonstrate not only all the integration and experience components of this, but also how does it actually work.
Yeah.
So that's on top of the beautiful presentation, I'm really glad you dug into that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And you need both of those components. You need the data, and you also need the artistry of persuasion with the data to get good ideas to happen. It's very challenging.
Oh, yeah.
Shane, if I might ask you a question.
Sure.
I really appreciate the scope of the work, and I think the clarity with which you presented, but also are able to, I think, discuss the very large ambitions of framing of the thesis in general. I think that's really commendable and promising. There's kind of two lines of path that I'm quite interested in, or maybe would love to hear you talk about in many terms, or just your reflections around like landscape maintenance in relationship to this. You kind of and I think you're using the word like nature and natural, but I don't think you're using it passively. I just wonder, in a way by which you think of, and you even kind of address it, you addressed it a little bit directly in the presentation around kind of notions of maintenance, or what that means in terms of these kinds of not only like an ecological system, but an engineering system, a design system, and kind of what it would mean to kind of think about this in its future.
Yeah.
And then the other side of that maybe is the analysis by which you are able to also take on ideas of program. I respect the fact that this is at the level of completion of this master plan, and the way by which you are able to kind of interrogate the really massive site. And I just wonder if maybe you could also talk a little bit around, because of the way you presented the work in terms of the figure ground, in terms of ways of thinking about development, if you could talk a little bit more in depth about program, that would also be.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely agree. Natural is a bit of a loaded term. Like, I want to create this natural looking wilderness environment, but we all know that is super expensive to maintain and actually takes a lot of landscaping to get that natural look. And this is a complex park system. It has various different stormwater management, different types of things that are happening in the park, from the more natural to the more landscaped. And it is a big feat that would be require a neighborhood to maintain it. So that is an opportunity to create jobs, right? And that's something I was thinking about with the Resilience Center, which is really supposed to be for the community and creating resilience in the community in more than one way. So yes, on one hand, it's responsible for maintaining these very complex systems in the park, and having programs to help teach the neighborhood about it and make it enjoyable to learn about these things. But it's also going to be a chance to bring jobs into the community, and all of the, like I was saying, I think of this park as a bunch of systems. Like, water is a big part of it, but water feeds into food, which feeds into economy, and it's all connected, and it's important to think about all of it kind of holistically. So I did my best. It is a very ambitious project, and I could probably spend a lifetime continuing to refine it, but I think that, things like that were definitely on my mind, like trying to, create a realistic space if, we have to solve the problems that we're facing in the future. So, start with something like this and try to be as realistic as possible.
Brian, I see you have a raised hand. Do you want
Sure.
to jump in?
Thank you. I'm trying to behave myself. Shane, what a wonderful job. And what a great foil against the gridiron of DC, the DC plan. I really was thinking about this, is that we ought to probably take a number of thesis projects like this that we've done in Washington, DC, your project, Pedro's project for South Capitol Street, and create a kind of version of DC Inter Rota, kind of hearkening back on Roma Inter Rota from 1978, the exhibition that took place in Rome, piecing together work by a number of different architects around the Noli plan. And we could perhaps even include Professor Bell's thesis for the waterfront, which is obviously being built at the moment. One of the things, I'm very happy that you were looking at the fens, and in thinking about the fens has this kind of organic flow of landscape and particularly of water, obviously the major reason for the fens to be designed by Olmsted. And it also seemed to me to be a mediator between various localized conditions of grid orientations of streets. In DC, the grid is just relentless. So that may be a thing to think about. But how those moments weave back into the grid, to me, if you had more time, I would recommend spending time thinking about the moments between how the biomorphic forms weave at certain key points into the grid might be helpful. And the place I find to be needing the most help is the block that exists at the northwest corner of M Street and Canal Street, where to me that building form seems to create a kind of urban ambiguity of flow. It seems to suggest that the movement is to the west through that passage that kind of snakes around the back of the buildings, when in fact it looks to me, at least from the way in which the scheme seems to be designed, is that the hugging Canal Street might have been a little bit more consistent way to engage that flow. So I find that building to be kind of a kind of thrombosis, a kind of disruptor in that kind of flow, and just sort of hope that block in future thinking might be something that, and you probably spent a lot of time thinking about that. So that one block to me just seems to be a little bit inconsistent with the kind of flow. One of the great things about
Can someone point to that
is
block? Can somebody point to that block, Brian, so we know what you're talking
I
about?
cannot. I'm on an iPad. I don't even have the ability to draw on this. Peter's doing it.
Shane,
Peter's doing it right there. Everybody knows what that is. Yeah.
Oh, right there. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't.
It's not that this is not the Achilles heel. The thesis doesn't collapse because of it. But to me, it's that it flies in the face of the kind of flowing grace of the fens. This creates a moment there that is, in my mind, disruptive to the flow.
Of course, Brian, the thing about the fens is it does have constrictions in parts, but those constrictions are managed in a very obvious and intentional way. And I think your point is that this is a little bit haphazard.
Right, particularly the juncture between Longwood and Fenway Kenmore.
Yeah.
There's a right angle turn to the fens, but it does seem to resolve itself with the fabric to the south.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting comment. And, some of those little precarious situations in corners. And I think I know which corner you're talking about. Maybe I wonder if I can zoom in and point to it. If it will let me. It's giving me a little bit of a hard time, but I was hoping to zoom into this diagram I have where there were a couple existing buildings on the site that I was trying to work around and not fully demolish every single building that's there, but the ones that realistically should be maintained, try to fill out those blocks, but let them stay. And some of them, were not the easiest to design with. So, it's something that posed a challenge, but I think that that's a really helpful comment. Interesting to think about.
I also see a chat from Michelle who'd like to jump in.
Oh, hi. Actually, I wasn't, this was sort of.
Not yet, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Good, I'm good, thank
All right. Okay, so any final jury comments, questions for Shane before we pass it to her chair to reflect upon?
I suppose what did you imagine we were going to ask you, but we didn't?
That's a great question. That's a fantastic question. You know, the opportunities were endless because this was, like you said, such an ambitious project. There were so many things that I wanted to get to that I was like, oh no, they're going to see that I didn't finish that little piece of the facade and they're going to point that out. But it's really about, you know, the overarching scheme of it. So it's hard sometimes to not get caught up in the details when you're in a site model and, you know, rolling around and looking at every little detail that you're familiar with designing. So I was very curious what direction this was going to go. I feel like it could have gone any direction.
Thank you.
And with that, I guess, Lindsay, I could make a few remarks here.
Sure.
So I'm Matt Bell. I was the chair. I had the pleasure of being Shane's chair here, and I'm very gratified to see how well this has turned out, Shane. Congratulations. It's very nice. It's a very complete project. Shane and I in the past week missed connecting because of various schedule things, and she was very worried about her perspectives. And I can see now that that had no reason to worry about any of that stuff. They communicate very well. I think one of the things that is extraordinarily important to recognize about a project like this is that, you know, open spaces are oftentimes the things that carry the greatest value in cities and how well they're defined. You know, buildings, uses, and occupants change over time, but how well the open spaces are managed and designed and integrated with the community is really one of the things that carries the most value, either in crude real estate terms or also in social terms for communities that occupy them. One thing that I do want to address here, I don't think this project is at all like urban renewal down the street, because those buildings are buildings that sit in green spaces in a park, very Corbusian from the 1960s. And these are much more, I think, more intentionally so about defining the blocks and really setting limits to the way buildings define urban spaces so that the courtyards of the buildings can be courtyards for the communities that reside in those buildings. And I think it's a little bit closer were you to take this further, probably to Red Vienna, where some of those courtyards might be places where, you know, community resources might exist. So I would beg to differ about the comments that were made there. One of the things I think is important too about this project is that it does address this question of climate change, not just in the landscape in terms of a performative landscape with stormwater, but also in terms of density, because if we're really to sort of begin to address climate change, we need to build density in places where there already are settlement patterns. And I think Shane demonstrates this very well. One thing she didn't talk about was the fact that there is a DC campus here that has a lot of 1- and 2-story buildings. If you live in DC, it's the place you go to get your car inspected down there. And one of the things she did was to vertically integrate those civic uses with development above, which is, I think, a trend of the future. This vertical mixed use of civic amenities like that is really going to be a way that that I think we have to build. We can no longer afford to build 1- and 2-story buildings in places like this, where we can really introduce quite a bit more housing and amenities above, and still have and begin to build in places where there already is settlement patterns. The comments about the engineering and the data combined with persuasion, I think, are really significant, because I think one of the things maybe we need to integrate, the Chains project makes me think of, to integrate into architectural education, is being able to do what William Hendricks says, these back of the envelope calculations, so we know what the impact of our strategies is going to be, just in a very original and immediately understandable way, so that it becomes sort of the way you calculate density or beam loads. You know, you sort of look at open spaces and understand how they're going to perform. But at the same time, Julia's comment about being able to make not just the data, but make exhibits that persuade people that this is the way to do it, that it's not simply an engineering solution, but it has to have an art form to it, I think is one of my big takeaways from Shane's thesis. And finally, I would say, as a professional, having looked at this part of the world and having some projects that are being built down here, I have to say Shane opened my eyes to the possibilities of her approach here as a sort of way to go back and fix a part of the city that ought to have been thought of differently. And I'm really grateful. You know, it's always difficult when a student does something that is potentially more interesting than what you did as a professional. It's a humbling experience, but we hang in there nonetheless. And I got to say, Shane, I'm very grateful to have been your chair. Congratulations on a terrific experience and bringing your passions to bear in this terrific project. Nice work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Really great work.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Shane. And we're going to transition to the next student. While we do that, I'd like to introduce Tanya, our additional juror. Tanya, can you just introduce yourself real quick? Say hi.
Yes. Hi, sorry I'm late. I had some kid drop-offs to do. So I am the Associate Dean of Graduate Studies at Catholic University, but sort of feel like Maryland's my home. So I have been teaching there for some time. I think I know a lot of these faces of students and faculty. So I'm happy to see you all, and thanks for having me.
Okay, great. Thanks. And thanks to all the jury for being here. Again, I'm going to pull up the next video. So give me 1 minute.
Is everybody, Lindsay, going to put their Miro board in the chat?
Everyone will put their mural board in the chat after their presentation.
Okay, great.
So
Thank you.
I'll stream the presentation like we did for Shane, and then in the transition, when I stop screen sharing, or as the presentation wraps up, the student can drop their mural in and they'll screen share. And I think what maybe would be helpful for thesis students going forward is to zoom on things we're talking about so we can all see for people who aren't in the mural. Okay, and I will screen share. Okay, I'm just going to double check that. Jared, you're not in my like immediate window, but okay, you're here. I see you. Great. Just okay. Want to make sure everyone's present.
Howdy, folks. My name is Jared Schmitz, and today I'm going to be walking through an exploration of how, as designers and preservationists, we can be better stewards of our city's neighborhoods. But before I get to that, I want to extend a sincere thank you to my committee, cohort, and the community members and students that I worked with in the field. I especially want to thank my chair, Michelle Lampricos, for putting up with me through thesis work, her fantastic course on adaptation, and GA work on the Mosque Cathedral of Cordoba, all while never even having met each other face to face. So in this thesis, I view urban neighborhoods as a palimpsest, a collective streetscape in which individuals layer on their own values and identities over time. The buildings that make up these neighborhoods can be understood as urban artifacts, resilient yet ever-changing. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and many other cities, these older urban neighborhoods are declining, particularly those that underrepresented groups call home. Beyond urban decay, this can eventually lead to displacement through foreclosure, redevelopment, and gentrification. This thesis is built on theories of architectural and urban change, historical memory, and human ecology from scholars such as Trachtenberg, Rossi, and Hull, as well as research from a community-engaged field school that I had the opportunity to take part in. In response to current community values and the collective memory embedded in the built fabric of Milwaukee's centerpiece neighborhood, I've pursued building in time as a means to encourage continuity. As I mentioned, vernacular neighborhoods develop over time, evolving in response to contextual shifts of their environments and users, which in turn inform a type of human ecology. Traditionally, there have been three methods to sustaining urban neighborhoods. The first, historic preservation, attempts to freeze the neighborhood as a snapshot in time, focusing on aesthetic values and integrity of the physical fabric. At the other end of the spectrum is demolition and redevelopment, disregarding who and what was once there in favor of a blank slate for new construction. Although polarizing, both of these approaches share more commonalities than one would expect. Generally, both processes are top-down and can result in the displacement of people and their values. The third option to sustaining vernacular neighborhoods involves the embrace of time, building off of the past in order to respond to the present and anticipate future evolution. Pursuing this approach of continuity requires an intimate understanding of an area's histories, typologies, and communities. In order to investigate this, I've used Milwaukee's Centerpiece neighborhood as a case study. This case study of a streetcar suburb is merely a snapshot of a nationwide narrative of disinvestment, race, and urbanism that is particularly relevant to other Rust Belt cities. Centerpiece is a neighborhood conceived by its community that rose out of blocks near 38th Street coming together.
38th Street, and it depends on what map you're looking at. 38th Street is a dividing line of Midcap Park and Sherman Park. I don't see that dividing line. I don't see that line. All I see is my community, and I just want to see it healthy.
Although Centerpiece is a relatively new invention of its community, it is part of a larger narrative shared with many other neighborhoods in Milwaukee and the United States. As a city, Milwaukee faces longstanding issues of disinvestment, displacement, and inequity, which have deeply impacted its communities and neighborhoods. A history of discriminatory housing practices layered onto other forms of racism and disinvestment have created many struggles for Milwaukee's underrepresented communities. With that said, communities are eager to turn the effects of this disinvestment around into an opportunity and are working at a grassroots level to promote positive change in their neighborhoods. During my undergrad at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, I had the opportunity to learn from community members about their aspirations, struggles, and the neighborhood's collective memory. I and others in the Buildings, Landscapes, Cultures Field School collected the stories of the community through oral history, spatial ethnography, archival research, and a variety of community events. This thesis builds off of that research, tying together over 100 years of history and heritage, as well as current community perspectives, in order to propose a series of evolutionary strategies within a small section of the neighborhood. The story of Milwaukee begins much the same as many other Midwestern cities. The Native Americans that had gathered near the Menominee River Valley were forced out not long after the early fur traders showed up and industry took over in the city. Historian John Grady sums up the climate of the city around the turn of the 20th century as being distinctly ethnic and industrial, with a blue-collar character. As industry was taking hold in the city, waves of German, Polish, Irish, and Jewish immigrants came seeking jobs. At this time, the area occupied by Centerpiece today was making the transition from farmland to neighborhood as the street grid developed. Prior to the turn of the century, Milwaukee's housing stock was primarily made up of workers' cottages, which were sometimes raised up on timbers in order to add a second unit to rent. Rear houses and additions also helped earlier immigrants pay off their mortgages and obtain the highly regarded cultural value of property ownership. By 1910, the area around Centerpiece was beginning to be developed. Mostly built by immigrant families, these new duplex and single-family homes embodied the values of property ownership and upward mobility that were a part of the American dream. New technologies, increases in manufacturing, and consumerism made a middle-class standard of living accessible to these working-class families. Tom Hubko refers to the plan emergent from these shifts as the Progressive Era Plan. This plan was prevalent across the United States in the early 20th century and was used in some capacity in most duplexes and single-family homes built in Milwaukee during this time. The neighborhood and city's most common housing type, the Milwaukee duplex, is a humble working and middle-class home that allowed families to have a supplementary source of income from renting the upper unit of their own. Over time, these homes have acted as canvases for life in the neighborhood and reflect the collective memory of the community. These duplexes are sited on narrow lots with a front porch facing the street and an alleyway at the rear. The two major structural bays are marked by the separate unit entrances on one side and bay window on the other. This simple layout is reflected in a bipartite plan, which is replicated on both floors and connected by a private and shared stair. The stacked units are accessed through a public sequence of spaces from the street side and a shared service stair at the rear. The typical duplex plan is divided into two major zones, with the more private bedrooms, bathroom, and study on the entry side, and the more active kitchen, dining, and living room on the side with the bay windows and rear stair. The facade of these homes clearly demonstrates this arrangement, with permeable bay windows indicating the public spaces opposite the two distinct unit entrances. The porch further marks this front portion of the home as a thick edge that mediates relationships between the public and private realms of the home. The public rooms and facade are adorned with ornamentation reflecting a variety of styles that went in and out throughout the period of the duplex's popularity. In elevation, these homes create a rhythm of porches and gable roofs on the street, while in section, public space is captured and mediated between these same elements. As seen in this section, various thresholds between the street and facade mediate interactions between public and private spaces of the home, contributing to sociability and neighborliness in the community. By 1927, the neighborhood was fully developed, with over half of homes taking the form of the Milwaukee duplex. With the popularization of the streetcar, the city continued to grow outward over the next few decades. Around the time of World War II, the Second Great Migration was occurring, bringing many Black families up from the South. These families were contained into declining areas of the city by discriminatory housing practices such as redlining and blockbusting. By the time many of these families acquired their homes, they were already in need of repair. Without access to loans and financing due to redlining, in many cases these repairs began to build up over time. As the Black population of Milwaukee continued to rise, white flight to the suburbs was occurring. These dramatic swings in population, compounded with simultaneous practices of housing discrimination, result in the city's status as one of the most segregated cities in America. Although the civil rights and open housing movements of the 1960s worked to right some of these injustices, they were replaced with the threats of urban renewal. In Centerpiece, over 300 homes were cleared away for the Park West Freeway. Construction of the freeway was never completed and has left a scar on the landscape, an artifact of urban renewal's race-based decision-making. Further exacerbating these issues, the city began to deindustrialize in the 1970s, pushing out many of the remaining jobs that hadn't followed white business owners to the suburbs. The effects of the various forms of disinvestment began to accumulate over the next few decades and became increasingly clear in the 90s and 2000s, with increased crime, poverty, and the beginnings of a foreclosure crisis. This crisis began to reshape the streetscape, with the previous rhythm of gable-roofed homes being broken up by vacant lots. These signs of distress and decay are outshined by grassroots efforts like Unity Orchard, which makes use of vacant lots to provide space for a community garden, as well as Butterfly Park, which offers a safe space for play and events in the scar left by the Park West Freeway. It is at this point in the story of Centerpiece that I had the opportunity to engage with members of the community. From the analysis of oral histories and ethnographic research, 6 major themes emerged that begin to depict the varying values and viewpoints of the community stakeholders. One of the most memorable things about Centerpiece is its strong sense of community and sociability. Neighborly interactions on porches and at community events reveal the tight networks between residents of all backgrounds. Although there are many strong community ties found in the neighborhood, issues with safety and security are ever present. Drugs, crime, shootings, and accidents contribute to these concerns, particularly for the neighborhood's youth. Compounding the issues of safety, problems of foreclosure and eviction take their tolls on both families and the built environment.
Some people got into these mortgages that were predatory or whatever. So what happens is the property sits there, squatters come in, they tear up the property, and then the bank is worthless to the banks.
Another piece of the story is the tension between homeowners and renters.
When this property goes down, that makes the next one look bad, or that brings the property down in the area. So, some of these absentee landlords are like the drug dealers. They're not gonna stop their flow of income. They're gonna get it by any means necessary.
Regardless of whether residents own or rent, many demonstrate stewardship toward their homes and neighborhood, as well as caring toward each other.
Everybody has the ultimate feeling that, hey, if we stay here and we keep pushing, maybe we can get it at least back to what it was.
We'll hold these corners down. If the corners fall apart, we think the rest of the neighborhood will.
One of the ways the community practices stewardship is through beautification of their neighborhood by introducing gardens, murals, flowers, and other things that bring life and color to their spaces. In particular, gardening has become a shared activity among community members, spreading throughout the neighborhood. Since my time in Milwaukee, Centerpiece has continued to both grow and decay, with the expansion of gardens and parks, contrasted by the continued onslaught of foreclosure and demolition. Now that the ground has been laid for what was and what is, I explore what could be through a series of 5 interventions within the streetscape that evolve over the next 30 years. Responding to the neighborhood's history, typology, and community, these design explorations make use of existing infrastructures and practices to promote continuity. By providing agency to residents and encouraging grassroots change in the built environment, these schemes serve as a way forward for the Centerpiece community. The first acts as a hub within the neighborhood, replacing a corner convenience store near Unity Orchard with a place for community gathering and events. This new space gives a home to Middle Ground, an organization devoted to bringing together the community with a focus on setting up its youth for bright futures. By also including an office to connect homeowners and renters to city programs, such as the rental rehab program, homebuyer assistance program, as well as other loan and grant programs, this space can act as a catalyst for other change in the neighborhood, giving residents the agency needed to shape their own spaces. This second design addresses the divide between renters and homeowners by allowing an owner to create additional units on their property, resulting in supplementary income for the owner while lowering individual costs for renters. This intervention is sited within a home that has already seen recent care by the owner, evidenced by new windows and porch repairs, and ensures future stewardship of the property with the owner remaining in the lower unit. These smaller, more affordable units also cater to the neighborhood's large single-person household demographic, providing spaces for those who do not need an entire duplex unit and do not wish to rent a single room. Building on the existing practice of intergenerational housing in the neighborhood, this intervention looks at how increasing accessibility and connectivity between the units can aid in aging in place and interdependent care for an intergenerational family. Without architectural intervention, intergenerational families are limited to propping open the doors at the rear stair as a way of connecting the two units, and have limited access for those with mobility constraints. By creating a strategy for the implementation of a mixed-use building in the duplex form, this idea provides a lived workspace that allows owners to build their business within their own home. A dilapidated corner duplex provides an opportunity for more radical change on the gutted first floor. Bringing back mixed uses that used to be more common in the neighborhood promotes walkability and eyes on the street at what residents identify as an insecure intersection. This final scheme investigates how the missing teeth in the streetscape might start to be infilled incrementally, giving aspiring homeowners a means to ownership while following the logic of the existing fabric. By playing on the neighborhood's existing typologies, this home maintains scale and continuity while providing an additional option for housing. Introducing a community hub into this corner convenience store with a vacant upper floor improves the street corner near Unity Orchard, ultimately contributing to the network of community spaces along 38th Street. The first design phase involves renovation of the upper unit and the addition of an office and gathering space on the lower floor. A workshop at the rear provides a public venue for the implementation of community projects involving art, gardening, or even home repair, and doubles as a space for teaching skills to the neighborhood's youth. The second phase introduces an event space that spills out onto a porch at the front of the building, providing additional room for gathering and larger community events such as meetings, markets, exhibitions, or other celebrations. This transformation of a street corner, previously identified by residents as a place of insecurity, brings life to the site, establishing a safe space for youth activity. Creating additional units within this owner-occupied duplex increases the diversity of housing options in the neighborhood while contributing additional income for the owner. The first phase splits the upper unit of the duplex into two smaller units by making use of the attic as a loft space. Later, adding an accessory dwelling unit at the rear of the home creates a third rentable unit on the property, reclaiming the underutilized alley as a space of activity. Here in section, we can see the interrelation of the three units to the owner's unit. Creating a loft space in the attic not only uses previously unoccupied space, but provides a unique new unit type in the neighborhood. Following the story of an intergenerational family in the neighborhood, this scheme takes an inherited duplex and transforms it into a space for an older couple to retire with their children and grandchildren living above. The creation of a master suite on the first floor gives a more spacious living arrangement for the owners and opens up the plan. A ramp alongside the house allows for accessible entry while providing increased indoor-outdoor interaction. Connectivity is increased between the units in the second phase by opening up the front stair and creating a double-height living room. This new space is expressed on the exterior of the home with a new skin wrapping the corner and replacing the bay windows. Connection to adjacent green space gives children a safe space to play under supervision from within the home. Creating a live workspace out of this vacant duplex allows for neighborhood entrepreneurs to grow their business within their own home. Renovation of the upper unit and the transformation of the lower unit into office space for a startup organization breathes new life into the vacant home. When the startup expands and moves into a mixed-use building on a nearby commercial street, new owners take the opportunity to create a cafe that acts as another neighborhood amenity on the corner of 38th and Wright. Opening out onto the side street with a veranda further marks this site as one for interaction with the community. The simple structure of the duplex allows for the opening up of the lower level to accommodate for a spacious seating area at the front of the home. Infilling vacant lots incrementally with contextually sensitive interventions begins to repair the streetscape. The first phase gives the first-time homeowner the opportunity to build a home with a small footprint that slots seamlessly into the existing fabric. A rotated volume within the home serves as a new take on the bay window. A later addition at the rear accommodates an expanding family with 2 additional bedrooms and a bathroom, with the possibility for further expansion upward or rearward. Maintaining the logic of the neighborhood with a front porch and bay windows, variations on the vernacular can begin to fill in the gaps in the streetscape. Looking at how these interventions interact while aggregated together in plan, section, and elevation gives insight into the greater effects on the community. Mixed-use buildings at 38th and Wright hold down the corners and create a hub near Unity Orchard. Accessory dwelling units have the opportunity to congregate at the rears of homes, retaking the alley as a place of connectivity. The vacant lots near an intergenerational home create a mid-block pedestrian pass-through, providing safe space for play. While the general street section that has maintained notions of sociability in the neighborhood for so long is largely maintained, spaces at the rears of lots are rethought to provide new uses in previously underutilized space. Claiming the alleys as pedestrian space begins to signify a shift from automobility to walkability in the neighborhood. Street elevations begin to tell the story of change over time and demonstrate the palimpsest-like quality of the vernacular. These shifts in character alter but sustain the existing rhythm of the street while expressing the individuality of the community's residents. These proposed interventions layer together with the existing fabric and practices in the neighborhood to build off of and enhance the interconnected human ecology of Centerpiece. So what does this mean for the future of Centerpiece and other neighborhoods? What will it take to implement these types of projects? How do these design strategies fit into existing policy, economics, and preservation discourse? This thesis only begins to answer these questions. What is clear, however, is that engagement and understanding will play a key role in the stewardship of declining urban neighborhoods in the coming decades. The flexibility of existing building code and changes to zoning regulations will be required to implement these types of new uses. Private and government funding in the form of grants and loans channeled through residents rather than large-scale developers will help to ensure agency is shared and displacement is avoided. Access to preservation resources will hinge upon broadened definitions of value and integrity. While great strides toward these things have been taken over the past few years, those involved in design, planning, and preservation will need to continue to strive for change. With that, I conclude this exploration of continuity in the Centerpiece neighborhood and hope that lessons learned from this thesis can contribute to the continued stewardship of neighborhoods nationwide. Thank you.
Great, so we will transition. Whenever you're ready, Jared, to share the mural link and to screen share.
There we go. Okay, mural link is there, and I will share. All right, so my boards are laid out with some of the guiding research on the left side and the 5 schemes sort of in the middle here, and then how they come together and inform sort of the larger neighborhood on the right. And if the images are loading in slowly for you, you can double click on them to enlarge them in a new tab.
Great, thanks, Jared. And if anyone wants to dive right in, please go ahead.
Well, first I'd like to say I don't know what the logic of the order of the presentation of projects, but I really appreciate it. I think there's sort of the scale whiplash from the first project that we reviewed, the sort of the size and complexity and just the general scale of this compared to this project, right? Where we're starting to talk to individual community members and what's important to them, and at such a more intimate scale. So it's really great to sort of put a jury through this kind of whiplash, and I really appreciate that. And I think at the end of the presentation, I also appreciated what was described, because that was where a lot of my questions were going to go, is the interventions to the existing context. In what ways would the zoning codes need to be modified to accommodate some of the ideas? In the studio that I teach, we it's not a thesis level studio, it's a graduate studio, sort of the 2nd year studio. We try to have students be building code and zoning code aware and not compliant. And so I was wondering, what kinds of challenges did you see, or just provide a little bit more detail about some of the ideas that you're proposing, what would it mean to the local, say, zoning codes as far as lot coverage and setback and authorized uses, if you're talking about mixed uses, commercial uses in residential neighborhoods? What kinds of challenges do you see ahead if this were to continue?
I think one of the big ones is the mixed uses. Mixed uses are something that used to be quite prevalent in the neighborhood and over time have declined slightly. And there are some existing corner stores. In fact, this corner store here on the corner is one of the only remnants in this sort of larger neighborhood actually that is still a mixed use building. And I think opening up the code and the zoning just a little bit to accommodate some still kind of residential based things, of course not allowing industry or any sort of disruptive types, but allowing some buildings that kind of help to make the neighborhood a better place and a more engaging place for the community members. And then speaking more towards building code, I think there are a lot of restrictions and issues with setback, particularly at the rears of lots. In a few other neighborhoods in the cities, accessory dwelling units have been allowed in recent years. And I think that's something that is kind of taking hold as a thing in the city. And, of course, that used to be sort of a major thing in the city, was sort of expanding these homes rearward and adding. There is actually an existing accessory dwelling unit at this corner lot here. And I think, just looking at the future of, other things that are happening in other neighborhoods in the city and across the nation, I think these types of zoning changes are already kind of in the works.
Yeah, no, that is true. City of Seattle, I'm in one of the, what we call an SF 5000 zone. It's, which is just outside the downtown core. And, through several years now, sort of opening up those particular zones to allow accessory dwelling units. And really they're thinking about different ways in which you can provide more density into sort of across the city. And so some of the things that they're doing is just exactly what you're proposing, as providing places to increase densities in especially the single family neighborhoods. There are other things that the city is doing in terms of in the downtown core and the urban villages and things like that to also increase density. The one thing that just personally for me, when I'm thinking about when you're doing this is, and you've sort of reached out to the community, is some of the other challenges other than sort of modifying existing zoning codes would be, how do you navigate getting these things developed, designed, built? Are we asking residents to be, architects and engineers, landscape architects, civil engineers, developers, landlords, and sort of do people who live in these neighborhoods want to be landlords? If you're adding units, who's going to live in them? Are they renting them? And so do you have any sort of a study, exploration, precedent on the ability or as you said, subsidizing means to, in some ways to have subsidies that can have this stuff happen? Or who's doing it and who's becoming landlords, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Well, already in the neighborhood, all of the owner-occupied homes, most of them are actually landlords, renting the unit above their own. But in recent years, in particular, a lot of homeowners have sort of declined to rent their upper units, just because of issues with renters coming in and kind of tearing up their units and not respecting the home the way that they should, and that in part has led to there's sort of this contrast between these homeowners who have been in the neighborhood for so long and these renters that sort of come and go, that are sort of enabled by absentee landlords in the neighborhood. And I think one of the things that I really want to try to do by using some of the city programs is, kind of bring back that notion of home ownership that was so important in the foundation of this neighborhood historically, and, allow owners to rent one or more units on their property. And just to speak a little bit to some of the city programs, there's the Homebuyer Assistance Plan, which gives, grants to homeowners to rehab foreclosed homes. And then there's also the the rental rehabilitation program, which gives grants and loans to landlords to essentially rehab some of the vacant homes in the community. And they're quite substantial amounts of money that can be used to, do some of these proposed projects.
Great, thank you for that.
Jared, if I might, very quickly, first of all, this is a beautiful project, an absolutely wonderful project, and I think really quite impressive, the amount of work you've done. I know that you were able to talk about how it built on previous work, but I really just want to commend you for being not only very careful with your language by the way you're talking about this, but I think the manner with which you approached the work. The work in general, I think, is really engages a lot of larger contemporary questions around archives, evidence, artifacts, the growing understanding and kind of reality that history is subjective, right? It's told by people in power, and it's history's relationship to power within that. What I think you do, maybe you don't state explicitly, but maybe in reflection, you'll be able to think about is in many ways position the architect as an important hinge, like actor in a very complex network that moves between like resident policy, planning, governmental, like funding opportunities, community organizations, et cetera, that allows one to think of the architect not as a kind of, one who is not just extracting from a neighborhood, like I've studied this, I've analyzed this, I've pulled this, and therefore this is what I propose, but in many ways one that's much more built on kind of mutual exchange and therefore perhaps mutual aid eventually. So I wonder if you might be able to, in some kind of reflective way, perhaps reading up on an engaging discourse around mutual aid and around those kinds of engagement that just will sharpen your language of your work. And what does it mean to work as an architect that is like embedded, engaged, and is willing to, in many ways, not to analyze a neighborhood based on through like oral history, through basically history, like histories that are recorded only through ephemera, which I think is important, especially when it comes to Black neighborhoods and Black culture. And then the other point I have that maybe I would love to hear you speak about is that each of your, as you kind of the strategy of continuity manifests itself as a kind of an external architectural expression. There's like a new bay window that makes itself apparent, a manner by which kind of reorienting to an entrance. There's kind of a willingness or a manner by which it's visible or seen as kind of as an architecture. And if you could just talk about that a bit in relationship to, well, the history of preservation is one that's concerned with optics and appearance, and what maybe that meant for your work.
Yeah, well, I think one thing that kind of gets at both your points is that, residents are really, all these things that I'm proposing here in these schemes are things that residents are already doing in their homes, just maybe not in the most architectural way. And I think that's what, architects and urban planners and designers can add to these things is, taking, for example, the story of an intergenerational home and, one of the residents that I had talked, about their grandkids running up and down the rear stair and, their daughter coming down and borrowing things and sneaking things out of the kitchen and whatnot. But, that's happening through this sort of service stair at the rear of the home. And, by, one of my movements that you kind of spoke about too, sort of tearing apart this facade and kind of reopening it with this new skin and bay window that allows for this connectivity between the units, is kind of this architectural statement about, what this resident, really is using their home for. And speaking to the, a little bit more about, I guess, the preservation aspect of this and, how, I guess, creating, you know, these more visual changes to these homes. You know, I think that's part of it is, you know, expressing these new shifts and identities that are going on inside the homes on the exterior and sort of bringing that out into the public realm. Does that kind of answer?
I'm glad the bay window is brought up because, you know, of all the, I really love the study that you did because there is a reserve quality to saying, here's the existing context. How are people using it? How are these structures working in the community? And then if you want to make, you know, a sort of adaptive reuses and modifications to them, I think this understated idea that here's an existing envelope and can you meet your goals, your project goals within this envelope? As you said, sort of taking attic spaces and repurposing them to more livable spaces, or even taking sort of alleys and making them sort of found, you know, thinking about them in terms of an urban environment where you're using found urban spaces that aren't just about service, but they're also becoming more active edges. So there's a really nice reserve thing. And then you did this one bay window where you want to crank it. And I think the language that I heard in your answering Jacqueline's question was architectural statement, right? And maybe that's just an impulse of what people do in their thesis. They need some thought about like, how can you make a statement to what you're focusing on? And maybe that's fair. But I think, you know, when I've seen sort of cranks and shifts in sort of a really regular grid, it's difficult to pull off sometimes. And oftentimes what I've seen is just not necessary. You know, like if you detailed a corner window within that existing envelope, you can make, I think, just as equally a statement and a functional purpose, as you said, is to have eyes and have an engagement with a side yard. And so I'm glad that one little bay window seemed out of character with the rest of your study, because I think that was the little statement piece of the grand scheme here.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And also, Jared, thank you for this presentation. I was sort of blown away by it. I think the way that you weaved in the statements from the community, even just in the presentation style, was just fantastic. And I was sort of wondering throughout the whole presentation where you were going with it in terms of how you would implement a 30-year plan like this. And I think at the end, when you closed with all the different things that you've been thinking about in terms of financing and zoning, was really answered a lot of those questions that I had. But I think you started with this conversation about preservation. And I think one of the things that I'm wondering is how do you see yourself in this process as the architect? Do you see yourself as a preservationist of the neighborhood? Do you see yourself as anti-preservationist in terms of not really controlling what people can do? You know, we see sometimes in preservation, this sort of really top-down control of what happens can sometimes be a limiting factor for people. So I wonder if you could talk about the role of preservation just in general with your project, and would you see yourself creating as the architect a set of rules for how this neighborhood develops over the next 30 years, or are you really trying to let it be free? I could see the merits in both. I just wondered if you had a perspective on that.
Yeah, I think a lot of that kind of reflects on the architecture and historic preservation dual degree here at Maryland, and in particular, a couple of my committee members, well, my chair, Michelle, and committee member, Jeremy Wells. You know, I think a lot of what they have taught in their courses that I've taken is, you know, these ideas of, you know, memory and community values and these things that are, you know, more community driven and driven by these inherent values that don't necessarily always overlap with the, you know, the aesthetic and integrity that is normally, you know, considered with preservation. And I think, you know, really this project is kind of a part of what might be the next generation of preservationists and, you know, architects as well. You know, looking forward in the next years here, I think preservation is taking a turn towards this type of project. And, you know, I guess I'm excited to kind of be a part of that. So.
This is William. I really saw I mean, this is a fantastic, the finesse and subtlety at which you address the preservation issues, and the thoroughness at which you studied this particular neighborhood were fantastic. And as in my chat comment, what's kind of wonderful about this building typology, in particular the Milwaukee duplex, is that type of typology is shared in a lot of Midwest cities that were built in this same era. They had many of the same reasons for being. And I think that this study could be clearly, you know, a thesis for a book, or further studies in other cities and development of this typology and how to create interventions, be that through restrictive and protective zoning or through neighborhood initiatives or a combination thereof. But one of the comments, or one of the things that you're going to inevitably run into in studying this kind of neighborhood, and Milwaukee is unique in that these neighborhoods literally continue on what seems like forever in many cases, and the same thing in Chicago and a couple other places like that. What happens when you get to the edge of these areas and how they transition to more commercial or retail or other types of streets, and how that can be a wonderful edge, as and I would call it like an Oreo cookie. You got the kind of crunchy edges and this beautiful soft sweet stuff that's kind of in the middle. That might be a further enhancement of this thesis as you move on, is to not only study the components in this neighborhood, but how it transitions at the edge, you know, sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad. And in the case of the urban intervention, trying to jam a highway through here. And then what do you do with that leftover residue of a pretty bad idea, so on and so forth. So I really applaud the study. I think it's fantastic. I've really enjoyed it. But perhaps, you know, taking this to another city and also looking at, you know, how not only it changes over time, but what happens to the edges might be a further enhancement of this particular study.
That's a really great point, actually. You know, not actually, it's a really great point, period. Because the edge condition, you know, that inevitably that will happen. You will have a transition in zone. You'll go from a lower intense zone to a more intense zone. And in a lot of our work that we do when we're not working in the downtown core, is that work is going, you know, from a single family zone that will ultimately be adjacent to, in our case in Seattle, a neighborhood commercial zone, which you could expect to see trying to navigate a scale of a building that might be 7 or 8 stories with, you know, a single family structure, as you see in your renderings here in your presentation. And how do you make that a successful transition is very challenging situation. And I think that's a really great point.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these types of things connect with, you know, things like business improvement districts and, you know, some Main Street programs and those sorts of things.
And it's important in those projects as well, just as you've done here, the community involvement of navigating, you know, sort of that, even at the edges, that's where the community's focus will, you know, be really important. Absolutely.
So Jared, this is, you know, like everyone is saying, it's really great work and probably the beginning of a lifetime of this kind of thinking. So congratulations and, you know, really well done. I wanted to just commend you on the graphics and how it's sort of the way you told the story. I felt like I could be any participant in this. I could know a lot about architecture. I could know little about architecture. And I think that's probably the first and best key to kind of continuing to work in this area. I think you are on the precipice of some kind of this sort of, you called it the next generation of preservationists. I think that's kind of an exciting thought. And, you know, I think yesterday or a few days ago, they announced this Wheelwright Prize that was, you know, similar in thoughts as your work, and, you know, just keep going. This is great. The one thing I wanted to say or kind of ask, or one thought here is that one of the things that I think you successfully did with a small project or a series of small projects, you are relieved of sort of you didn't have the pressure of having to really work out structure, right? There's nobody here saying, oh, how do you manage the structure? And you could have then just let that go, but it's evident in your work that you understand it, but you've also picked up other elements like, you know, like everyone's saying, code and storytelling and history. I might be interested in some of the sort of vernacular materiality that you could have brought that forward. You know, it isn't just cut and paste, so it could be interesting to know more about that. That might be something, but great work.
Just to specify,
Yeah.
Tanya's reference is Jermaine Barnes' project. I want to make sure I put a name on that winner to make sure.
Thank you. I was gonna yes, you're right. Thank you. It's an amazing project, and it's gonna be really awesome to see the work come out of it.
Have you studied places, Jared, that, you know, like say in Portland and things where there's, you know, they're trying to, well, not that trying, that they're thinking in different ways and maybe more experimental, maybe more bold ways of increasing density in cities by just sort of eliminating single family zones altogether, which I imagine would accommodate a lot of your zoning challenges and permitted and conditional use challenges in your study. Have you studied those kinds of situations?
At the very beginning of this project, you know, the previous semester when I was, you know, writing the written portion, I did begin to look into some of those things, but I think right now that is one of the things that I looked into sort of the least with this project is, you know, looking at ways that these types of projects have been implemented in other cities and, you know, different types of zoning regulations that have been changed. So I think that's really sort of the other piece that would need to, you know, accompany this project if I were to, you know, take it to the city or something.
Yeah, thank you.
Julie Gabrielle, you had your hand up.
Thanks. Well, I join everyone in congratulating you, Jared. This is a very inspiring project. I actually had a couple questions early on, and then one more that came to me. So they're all related, but you mentioned in the presentation that you were building on previous research that you had done within the community as an undergrad when you were in Milwaukee. And I was curious during the course of the thesis project itself, if you had reconnected with people there as part of the development of your thesis project. So that's one question. And the other one is just, and it's kind of been touched on, but how do you see yourself acting as an ongoing resource in this community going forward? You know, does the community have a CDC? Would you start one? I mean, let's get this stuff done. It's really great.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest downfalls of this project and probably the next major step that I am actually hoping to take is getting back with the community. You know, I think that's something that I really should have done and tried harder to make possible is, you know, reconnecting with the community and, you know, testing these ideas and seeing you know, what they think. And, you know, I think in the future, the field school is still an ongoing project, and you know, they hop about to various neighborhoods in Milwaukee, and, you know, I think there's even thoughts of actually moving a field school to India in the future. But, you know, I think continuing my involvement with the field school will allow me to, you know, sort of help facilitate this type of research, you know, with students in the future. But, you know, also back to the community side, you know, in the field school, we've created all these great relationships with community leaders, across Milwaukee, and there's a lot of connections with the School of Architecture at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee now with these communities. And I think, if there's some way that I can kind of be a part of that continuing forward, it would be great. And yeah, and speaking to, some sort of community design center, I think that's a great idea. And I'm rather inspired by, I know we had a lecture in Michelle's class where Marcus King came in and talked about one of his firm and what he does. And I'm really interested in talk with him about how these, I guess, how his work can, sort of influence something like that in Milwaukee. So
I think also the ways we communicate today, the skills we have garnered, the ability to record presentations, and you have this recorded presentation, but also being able to make a series of 3 to 5 minute videos that kind of are around specific themes and push that out, and kind of the architect, I think to Jacqueline's comment earlier, the role of the architect and the role of the thesis student or graduating thesis student architect as communicator, as advocate. You have all this material and making sure you get it out, applying to kind of prizes and grants and other things. I see Peter's hand is raised as well. And then after Peter, we have time for a few more comments, but then we'll make some time for Michelle to wrap up as well.
So Jared, beautiful project and beautifully drawn as well. Wanted to commend you on that. And wanted to build on Julia's comment about one of the specific parts of at the level of the architecture of the buildings. And, the cranked living room is provocative, but I think even more provocative is the location of the community porch on the addition of the corner building, which, you've done these very nice street section studies, and a lot of, public life, civic life, similar to Matt's comment in the last thesis, take place in those public zones or those semi-public zones, the alley, the sidewalk, the front garden, the porch. And so I was just curious about your, how you developed that one particular moment in the project where you both projected beyond the porch lines and then you recess back. But that's just it's a minor curiosity of mine in the project, but beautiful project.
yeah, I guess part of it, of course, was, taking this existing logic of, these porches and various thresholds on the street, but I wanted to market more as this community amenity somehow. And that's kind of where that pushing and pulling of that came from, A, to just, provide more square footage for these types of things, but B, to kind of, bring that out right to the sidewalk and make it clear that this is a public space for the community.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Michelle, if you'd like to, I can unmute you. Okay, there you go, great.
So I think it was in the beginning that Julia said she was suffering from scale whiplash, which I thought was sort of an appropriate comment. I was having the same thought. I thought that the juxtaposition of Shane's project and Jared's project, one after the other, were really interesting, showing very different contexts and also different approaches. Jared's site was also severely impacted by urban renewal. And from the beginning of our work together, we'd been talking about that scar across the neighborhood that he showed in a pretty intense aerial photograph. And I do think that the next step in this project would be looking at that scar, and which is a kind of edge, right? And as William, I think, made that comment. How does this approach sort of make that transition across an edge? I am, have been, well, I'm obviously proud of you, but also been very humbled as your chair in both your dedication to the community and sticking by that as your, those community voices as your primary sources. Even when I was pushing you to layer on other viewpoints and directions. But I just want to wrap up by saying that the viewpoint that you take in this project, which is more as the architect, as ethnographer, as facilitator, much less of a top-down approach, has recently been validated by the Pritzker Prize going to Lacaton and Vassal, the Parisian couple that have focused on affordable housing and redeeming public housing projects that we would think were unredeemable, right? And they are very patiently listening, working with communities, making these small tweaks and producing often really beautiful and striking work and helping communities to stay in where they are. And I would like to say that this is not a new idea, right? There's always been an alternative urban renewal back to the 60s and the 70s. And Italian architects were masters of that. And at that time, there was no real dividing line between preservationists and architects, right? That line was dissolved. I'm thinking in particular of projects like the preservation of Bologna, led by municipal architect Cebellati, that was informed by typological analysis, right? Careful historical typological analysis and trying to understand the principles in the vernacular that allowed for change from the beginning, and in what ways can that vernacular ecology be pruned and managed and nourished and fertilized to continue on to provide a viable community into the future, and acknowledging that that social aspect of it is the value of the architecture. It's the fabric, but it's also the people that inhabit the fabric over time. So I just want to commend you for bringing back that, let's say, forgotten and much more modest legacy of urban renewal. And I see you as this new generation that sort of reknits architecture and preservation with the unique skills that architects have to bring to that conversation. So thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
Any final comments, questions? All right, congratulations, Jared. Thank you for sharing your work with us.
Thanks for the great discussion.
And we are going to transition to Hannah Grady. Actually first, okay. Hannah is here, great. Brittany is here, everyone's here.
Hello.
Oh, hold on.
Hello, my name is Hannah Grady, and my thesis is titled The Grocery Store, an exploration of the next evolution in how we produce and consume food. To begin, we must understand the current challenges and failures of the existing food system, which is inherently unsustainable. It is economically unsustainable because agribusiness is an increasingly monopolized industry in which a handful of parent companies control not only the end distribution network of grocery stores, but also have proprietary control of patented seeds, equipment, and supplies necessary to growing crops. This, in addition to the predatory practice of contract farming, leaves farmers with nearly all of the financial risk should a crop fail, with little to no impact to the parent company. It is socially unsustainable because harvesting crops relies on exploiting and underpaying a class of undocumented and migrant laborers, a system that is understood to a degree by the larger public, but is not really made visible when shopping for produce at one's local grocery store. Finally, it is environmentally unsustainable. Farms have had to grow larger and larger in order to remain financially viable for the farmer, the environmental impacts of which are soil erosion, fertilizer and other pollutants entering our water streams, and aquifers being tapped dry, none of which is sustainable for the next 100 years.
All of these costs are essentially invisible in our current grocery stores, with most people only ever seeing the end product without really understanding what goes on into producing the food we eat every day. The thesis itself is cited in Fairfax, a neighborhood of Cleveland, Ohio, a Rust Belt community as much in need of evolution as the farming industry. The site is analyzed through 3 lenses, the first being the relationship between food and the city. Second, looking at the rise and fall of manufacturing and how that has shaped the social and urban fabric of the area. And third, looking at the shifting populations over time and how a community is not static, but has layered identities, histories, and needs. Looking back 200 years, Cleveland started out as a market town where surrounding farmers could buy and sell in the main square. With the rise of canals, it became more of a center for wholesale food distribution, an industry that continues today. As the city continued to grow, local grocery stores developed to service the increasing population. These eventually evolved into the national brands we are familiar with today. As these brands grew to respond to a national market, urban centers like Cleveland began to be left behind, this disinvestment resulting in the food deserts and subsequent health crises for poor urban neighborhoods such as Fairfax. In terms of industry and manufacturing, development once again originated along the waterfronts. With the rise of railroads, however, factories began to expand into the unused peripheries of cities. This is where Fairfax first developed, with the community working in the nearby factories, which were almost cities themselves. As technology advanced, the character of these factories shifted from what we might consider high architecture to purely utilitarian designs, though it is important to note these are just as important to defining the region's character and thus worthy of preservation. As the manufacturing industry continues to decline, however, these massive structures are being abandoned, jobs are lost, and the future identity of the region left in question. Fairfax's first population boom came from the rise of manufacturing, with mostly Eastern European and Hungarian Jewish immigrants coming to work in the New World. The next big demographic shift happened in the 1930s, with the Great Migration of primarily African-American sharecroppers and tenant farmers moving north for jobs and opportunity. This is the population that has more or less been there for the past 75 years, but are now facing a new challenge of gentrification from the nearby Cleveland Clinic, which is buying up buildings and lots for expansion, with their needs supplanting those of the local residents, once again leaving the community behind and forgotten. The thesis proposed is then to take these challenges of unsustainable food systems, industrial infrastructure, and community sovereignty and treat them as resources that can be integrated together to feed communities like Fairfax, not only in terms of providing fresh food, but also nourishing the community with jobs and a space to celebrate their history and identity. Integrated together, these elements create the grocery store, where food can be produced and purchased on site, bringing visibility and understanding to the environmental and cultural significance of food in our society. Diving into the site context, you can see how much the Cleveland Clinic dominates the neighborhood. Euclid Avenue is the main commercial corridor, and Central Avenue is the main residential street on which our site sits. At the tail end of the light industrial district is within walking distance of most of the neighborhood residences. An important feature of the site is the raised railroad track, which defines the eastern edge and connects the site to the main neighborhood through an underpass. Looking at a 1-mile radius around the site, you can see how many residences can benefit from having just one grocery store in the area. The existing site is composed of 3 separate properties. The first is a stove manufactory from 1860 and is actually one of the oldest remaining industrial buildings in the city. While abandoned and heavily fire damaged, it remains an important defining feature of the streetscape. The second is also heavily fire damaged, leaving only a few remaining walls, but which, in my view, embody the grit and sublime beauty of the Rust Belt neighborhood. The last property is a 1910 key manufacturing building. A much more vernacular design, you can see how it has been adapted and expanded several times over the past century. Now, this is a preservation and adaptive reuse project, so it's important to define the preservation principles guiding the design. The first of which is to utilize the historic features and characters of the building to service the new program, treating it more as a continuing evolution of the industry rather than a complete shift in building function. Secondly, to include the history of neglect and deterioration of the site and region as part of the narrative, and not necessarily restoring the buildings to a previous period of significance. And lastly, to celebrate the industrial aesthetic that is so distinctive to the Rust Belt region. Another important principle of the design is building systems management. Water management is one of the most important elements of sustainable farming. And so to the greatest extent possible, water is to be collected and processed on site. Collected rainwater will be processed through a living machine system, which will be made visible in the public spaces so the process can be seen and understood. The concept of a closed loop system can even be continued to static processes like mycelium-based insulation, which can be cultivated using agricultural waste composted on site. Looking into the actual program, it divides itself into 3 categories in which the resources of food, industry, and community are integrated and reflected in each. The first is food production, essentially the back-of-house factory farm spaces that are being made visible as part of the education aspect of the thesis. The second is food consumption, the more traditional aspects of a grocery store that one visits to fulfill a primary need of obtaining food, but formatted in a way that educates people on how their food is actually grown and processed. Third are the public amenity spaces, treating the site not as a traditional private business that is closed off, but as a public resource where people can connect, learn, and celebrate their shared heritage of food, site, and ecology that sustains the collective community. These program elements are distributed throughout the buildings on site, but for the sake of clarity and primary functions given to each adapted property. So now looking at the site holistically, we can break it down into the meat house, the gardens, and the produce house. The meat house, being the first structure encountered when walking along the main street, houses the reception atrium, community center spaces, as well as artificial meat production facilities. Looking at the before and after, we can begin to break down the individual interventions, starting with a new roof, then adding exterior storm windows to preserve the existing openings, infilling the fire damaged portion with the glass and steel atrium, and adding more openings to the first floor to visually connect the space to the street. Finally, a glass and steel awning is added to denote the entrance registered in the historic facade. The public spaces are to the front of the building, while the artificial meat production is at the rear. Production circulation also functions separately from public movement. People coming to the site for the first time can learn about the building functions in the atrium, where they have views to the production spaces, community rooms, and public gardens. People can also tour the artificial meat production spaces, where proteins are cultured and grown in water vats in a process that looks very similar to touring a microbrewery. The promenade leads people from the reception atrium to the gardens and the rest of the site. The space acts like a public porch where people can gather, sit, and enjoy the views. Next, the gardens connect people entering through the meat house to the rest of the site, or can be entered directly from the side street. The rooms are more or less left alone, with the west structure being enclosed as a garden learning center, a glass and steel roof added to the east structure to create sheltered seating, and permeable pavement being added so water can be collected for processing and used in food production. The gardens serve both a functional programmatic need of collecting water and housing crops, while also providing a beautiful space for the community to learn and connect to nature. The path started in the meat house continues to the garden space, helping people navigate the large site. Directly beyond the meat house promenade is the native species garden, with community beds and an outdoor garden classroom beyond. Traditional hoop-bed greenhouses are also housed in the garden, for crops that are not well suited for indoor hydroponic growth. Sheltered seating allows people to enjoy the public plaza spaces during the typical cold or rainy Cleveland weather. At the other end of the gardens is the produce house, which has the hydroponic beds, market space, and cafe. The interventions of which also begin with the roof. This building too receives store windows to protect the existing openings. A smart glazing roof is added to control the amount of light entering each grow bed zone. New openings at the ground level. A glass and steel awning. A parking garage entered from 68th Street and replacing the fire damaged additions. And finally, a chicken pen just outside the cafe viewing area. The hydroponic grow beds are above the market so that shoppers can see exactly how their food is grown and where it is coming from. The market can be entered from the street, gardens, or attached parking garage. The different grow beds are connected by a series of bridges across a central open corridor that allows views up from the market below. There is also a cafe that produces healthy dishes developed from ingredients grown on site. Shoppers can buy their produce, grab a snack, and watch the chicken pen while chatting with a neighbor. The aisles themselves are low for accessibility. Infographics along each bin describe the life cycle of the product from seed to plant to carcass, as well as nutritional information. On either side of the central produce aisle are processed items derived from the raw produce, so that even buying things like corn chips or Pop-Tarts, one has an understanding how that product is connected to the food that's being grown above. The market aisles are separated by plant family types, with local vendor stalls in between. The large water tanks needed for the hydroponic beds are also interspersed between aisles. The building structure lends itself to a straightforward circulation pattern along the central spine. A halo cart system is used in which scanners in the cart record every item placed in or out, so that customers have the option to choose to pay with their phone or through a traditional teller. The scale of the site allows for multiple entrances, but is connected by a continuous path that winds throughout the site, visually connecting spaces and functions. So in response to the unsustainable practices of today's food industry, in which most people only see the end product, the grocery store offers a sustainably scaled alternative that offers solutions to communities like Fairfax in terms of food, jobs, and an understanding of the environmental and cultural significance of food, all of which is made visible on site. The grocery store envisions the next evolution of food production and consumption, and how Rust Belt communities like Fairfax can also evolve to play an instrumental role in that future. Thank you very much for listening.
Great, so Hannah dropped in her mural board. So Hannah, if you can share your screen, and if anyone wants to dive in, I think we should be ready.
Have just a quick introductory kind of question and comment. What's interesting about this particular area of Cleveland, it is the edge condition, if you will, of neighboring communities either side. If I'm not mistaken on the site, this is backed up by railroad tracks and is on 67th Street. Is that correct?
We're having a very difficult time hearing you, William. Your
My microphone was up. I apologize.
Yeah.
Let's start over. Wonderful presentation. There's some similarities to the previous presentation in that this is sort of an edge condition to a neighborhood in a residential neighborhood. But I just want to get the context correct. This is between Quincy and Central and 67th and the railroad tracks. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay.
And how did that particular area, what was your, and you kind of went through this at the beginning, but I'd like a little more articulation. Why did you pick that sort of triangular spot? I mean, it's a really cool site, but what was the driver for choosing that particular site?
Yeah, it was, I mean, a process, first of all, of narrowing it down to Cleveland from any other city in the country. And then honestly, the process sort of came about of just zooming around on Google Earth and seeing what properties sort of spoke to me. And this one I really fell in love with, but then to sort of post-rationalize it, I thought some of the qualities that really stood out was the diversity of the elements on the site. I like that it had sort of an 1860 building and a more vernacular, modern 1910 one. And I thought showing how both of those sort of styles of industrial architecture can be preserved and utilized was worth exploring. And so having both of those buildings, as well as sort of the rooms in the middle, I thought made for a really interesting opportunity.
Thank you. I mean, that's helpful in because the choice of a location for your grocery concept has I like the intervention of industrial artifact into an agricultural use. Did you do any study about the way one actually gets to and from this location to integrate with the food processing or the creation of food and the buying of food?
I did try and consider how residents would access the site primarily through the underpass on Central Avenue from Fairfax, but there is the surrounding neighborhoods which also use Central Avenue as like the main residential street. So I thought that provided enough access for the residents, but I also considered, how this can service more than just, people grocery shopping, but could potentially produce food for local restaurants. And so just making sure there was that, sort of the back of house of how to get produce from the production floors onto the street and where those connections can happen.
And to further that, what prototypes or what examples did you use to inspire you to the solutions that you ended up with? Because I could see some typologies of sort of combining the idea of a microbrewery / restaurant, a factory, a food hall, and kind of all of those things, together into sort of a typology. Did you have anything that really inspired you to get to this solution?
Yeah, so I drew from a number of typologies. I was sort of looking at places like the West Side Market in Cleveland or the Lexington Market in Baltimore, and how that's a very different shopping experience. So people go there recreationally. I sort of wanted to bring that to our sort of typical day-to-day grocery shopping and making this program fulfill a need of getting your groceries, but also be culturally significant and exciting place to visit. So it's sort of drawing from that typology. I also looked at urban farms, sort of the plant in Chicago as an example. They do a lot of research and development and sort of supporting the local community by providing food and also opportunities for jobs. Honestly, even drawing from things like Living with the Land ride in Disney World, where you go through and you sort of see how the food is produced. And so sort of drawing from all of those to combine them together into this palimpsest of typologies.
Well, I can see that this is perhaps a neighborhood and regional transformative project. One of the things that might be considered, and I really liked your timeline when you started this whole thing out, I might also add to this project an idea of a projected timeline of how this could actually change the neighborhood and impact the neighborhood, and what the values that this would bring to the neighborhood and to that region, because it's in almost a pocket, if you will. I don't want to call it no man's land, but kind of a pocket between things, being up against a railroad tracks and two major streets and all the industrial artifacts. There's another component of this is to, what are the next steps? How does this, poke in the water, create a positive ripple effect for the rest of the neighborhood?
Yeah, I think that brings up a good point, because it is sort of on the edge of a light industrial district, and yeah, seeing how this could be replicated or impact that or transform it.
Like some of the other comments, I really appreciate, if you found a site that had particular existing use, it has this particular state in which you saw opportunity, and I think the study that you did is really good to see how you could sort of adaptively reuse the existing conditions. I also really appreciate the identifying when, and it starts to talk a little bit about William's comment of, I really love the ripple effect idea. It's like, how does this project engage with its bigger environment? And you touched upon it a little bit when you studied about the amount of openings you'd want to have in the existing structure at the end of the site, in the meat house building. Is how do you take a building that has an existing set of openings and a character, and it was designed for a particular use, and you want to change that use, and how do you make a more active edge? You said you open up, how do you do that? By opening up windows, and you make those more active edges to see inside, and vice versa. And that can be really challenging, sort of at that small scale. It's like, how do you maintain the character of a building and add to it in a in a complementary way, but still distinct, I guess, in some ways. And I think that's like the beginning of that ripple effect, right? It's like, how does the edges of this building connect with the streets and its immediate context, and then how does that continue on with the ripples as described? You know, the one. I think there's a lot of study that can go on and on and on. Like all of these projects, I really, and again, appreciate the variety of projects we've seen so far. It's really great that the program is sort of having students look at so many different ways of urban design and architecture. And this is yet a different one at a different scale, sort of the medium scale from the small scale to the large scale in the first project. Can you talk a little bit about the parking garage? I mean, you're using all of the horizontal and vertical spaces of all the existing, you know, envelope areas for either photovoltaic or urban farming or, you know, urban agriculture, that sort of thing. But can you talk a little bit about the above ground parking garage, and is there not sort of maybe some opportunity on the roofscape to have photovoltaic and urban farming and more useful things that would contribute to your overall program?
Yeah, no, I agree. There is an opportunity there. The parking garage was definitely sort of put as a way of like fulfilling zoning requirements of making sure there's opportunity for enough people to visit the site. But I do think it could be further developed to explore putting maybe photovoltaics or grow beds on top. The one challenge I would consider with that was making sure it didn't overwhelm the produce house too much by becoming taller than the existing structure, but I'm sure that there's an opportunity where that could be resolved.
Right, right, yeah. Mm-hmm. Right, thank you.
Tanya, before I kind of start, I saw you gesture. You had raised your hand if you'd like to.
Go ahead. I think I need to look deeper into the drawing. Might be able to answer my own question. Go ahead.
Great. Hannah, also really beautiful project. It actually made me reflect on, like I'm thinking of in many ways, futures for your project or where it might head or go. One of the slides you showed the kind of corollary like timelines in relationship to food and city, rise and fall of manufacturing and shifting populations, I thought was really a beautiful foundation for the work. And I think a testament to, I think, a really strong depth of knowledge you have around this, or the way in which you looked at this kind of contextually through time, which I really appreciated. It made me think of, it was fascinating. You know, I live in the smallest state. I live in Rhode Island. And what's beautiful and strange about being here, especially was during the pandemic, is the farmers market system within the state is singular, right? We have one nonprofit that runs all of them. And so in the pandemic, they were able to, with very quickly and nimbly, convert to a like delivery service to residents. So suddenly I was able to just get into their back end, order groceries from the network of farmers that extend beyond Rhode Island, but to the region of the Northeast, and have delivery to my house twice a week. It was a kind of unbelievable thing. And it's a strange benefit of being in a weird, small, insular state. And so with your project, what I'm thinking about in many ways is a way to think of the three timelines, currently where the work has manifested or where it's ended up and how it's focused on the site, which I think is really quite interesting. It leans into the first two, right? The food in the city, or perhaps actually the middle one, more or less, the kind of the role of kind of the site or the manufacturing, or a way in which this is self-contained. I'm actually quite interested in this serving as kind of a zooming back out, or a form by which it's networked, that you might be able to then position kind of the state of Ohio and the network of markets. I'm thinking of Findlay Market in Cincinnati. I'm thinking of other kind of markets that are a part of a larger, a history around food production of the state, that might then enable you to then think of this not only singularly, what it's kind of teaching or doing, or how it's self-contained within the production of food, but how it then kind of zooms back out once again. So you kind of start from the large framing of these three streams of history, you zoom in back on the site and then kind of move back out as a way to think of like the larger, ripple effects, which William, I really appreciate, because I think his line of questioning kind of ran this thought for me in many ways. So I wonder if perhaps a turn, or maybe like, obviously if you had 4 more weeks, like what would you continue to do? The question might be in some ways to allow yourself to think of not only this building as self-contained, which I think you've done with a lot of care, and you've really thought about how these kind of like the actors and networks and systems all work together on the site in some forms, and a really important conversation that could, we could talk about the building, because I really want to focus on what you've done, but I really think a possible future for the work is also to say that this is about something much larger as a way to then get you back to the other 2 timelines, or the food in the city and the shifting populations in relationship to like the relationship of manufacturing to larger networks that exist perhaps within the state of Ohio, which then maybe speaks to a larger regional notion of our kind of current dependence on food production, which is inherently failed, which suddenly gets us kind of up against the edge of climate change and our issues and relationships to how those things affect. So I think I see the kind of path forward within that, which I think really opens up the work. So I appreciate William's line of questioning that kind of made that burrow hole for me. And in many ways, I think might give you a chance to really take a lot of credit for, I think, a very strong premise you've set up. And actually your project just has much larger, bigger kind of global implications in terms of its ideas of systems, manufacturing, and our relationship to production, then perhaps is this kind of terminus here, although the terminus at this point is really well accomplished. So thank you.
That was so wonderfully said. I think what I would echo that comment. I think, of course, I agree. What William's first question, I thought, yeah, wait, how are we getting there? And so I think this is a beautiful project. I think that this is another project that you have created an entire ecosystem, and it seems to be working. The thing that I think the biggest trouble that you've put yourself in this project is that you've put this giant thing and this small thing, so food production, and then people interacting with it, or having a casual lunch there or something. That's really difficult to do. So you've given yourself like an incredible juxtaposition to manage. So I think that I agree the next step would be to figure out, in my mind, the next step would really be to understand the sort of a high volume, low volume, or big trucks, little people walking kind of juxtaposition that you're asking this project to do, which is, I think, pretty big task. So.
Yeah, to respond to both of those really quickly, one of the challenges that I had when I started this was trying to make sure I focus on this is an architecture project, and not trying to say that, oh, I have a solution for solving world hunger or Ohio's economy. But I appreciate the comments of seeing where this can develop beyond the site and how it can have larger implications on, national or citywide development.
One of the directions that I think Jacqueline was bringing up is that this prototype may have examples that might be a little different than where you were going. And one would be, and if you're talking about Ohio, I think it's Central Market or North Market in Columbus, Ohio, which is sort of a trend that's been developing for very good reasons, and it is an internal area that turns into market stalls. That might be what you're trying to imply with these particular building types, where they're actually like little almost like an elaborate farmer's market that actually develops. Did you think about that? Is that part of your prototype, or is that something that may have flown past me as you were presenting?
Yeah, to a degree, there are spots within in between the aisles of produce produced on site. There are spots for also local vendors to sell coffee or soaps or even their own produce. Just sort of incorporate that element of having like multiple owners and allowing like local residents sort of insert their own business in the architecture. So yeah, sort of mimicking the West Side and Finley Market designs.
Yeah, I think that might be a great consideration for this kind of project, because not only do you have to produce, but you have to also sell, and you also have to have a certain urban resilience that this thing is not a one and done, that over time it can actually transform, because what's wonderful about this building type and typology is that you selected, which I happen to be very, very interested in, is that they have multiple lives, that they originally were built very substantially to be a factory that is then used as an artist studio, then it's then used as a car dealership or whatever have you, and then you make your intervention into this building that transforms the neighborhood, and then perhaps in 20, 30, 40 years, that particular building may have yet another use. And by building in sort of dynamic flexibility into the way product is sold and or the way this is used, you may set the tone for yet another transformation in the future. But back to your original theme about the three things that you wanted to develop and the three main principles, I think this is really an exciting project to capture those. And the question about, you've solved the issue about what this has been, and you've solved the issue about what this is today. And I think those are absolutely fantastic, a really exciting project. And your choice of dropping a pin at this location, you have to pick a location somewhere. And sometimes a little bit of randomness gives you a very exciting opportunity to look at something very, very differently. And it's a little bit of an unknown, so you have to delve into a lot of research about that particular site. And sometimes that is really exciting. It can yield some wonderful ideas. And I applaud the focus and solution that you created because of its the program and the location and everything like that. I just wanted to give you a thumbs up on that.
I agree with that, and I wanted to express my appreciation for the ambition that you're sharing in this project. I think that I'm really appreciative of the fact that there's an educational component to this project as well. People are experiencing this space. They're buying their food, but they're also kind of understanding the process of how food is produced, which is really exciting. And the way that you've integrated the architectural changes into the design in a way that's respectful of the historic forms and is understated in a way is refreshing to see. One of the things that I was thinking about, taking off from the issue of the ripple effects was, adaptive reuse projects like this can, if they are done in a certain way, can be a catalyst for lots of more development in the area. This is a place that seems like it's going to be a destination for people and not just for the immediate community around. And one of the challenges with that is, how do you fortify this against the negative effects of gentrification as people start to come from miles around to visit this site? This is something that's happened in DC, with places like Union Market, where you have a really great project that becomes a catalyst for lots of more development, and then the prices go up and then people get pushed out. And I think the question is, what have you thought about that, and what can you do to mitigate that eventuality if nothing is done about it? I wonder if you have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, that's a great point, and something that I did debate of how to not make this a detriment to the community. And I don't really have a direct solution or answer. My hope was that it is an impoverished neighborhood that's already facing a threat of gentrification from the Cleveland Clinic. So I think my thought was that this project could sort of provide a balance to that, where it is empowering the residents to sort of take some control over how the neighborhood develops by letting this be a space that they can control to a degree, and a place that can help uplift the local residents by providing jobs and hopefully some more financial stability for the people who are already there, as opposed to the threat of gentrification that they're facing from the Cleveland Clinic, which isn't really supporting the local people, but rather pushing them out. But yeah, it is a challenge to consider how this could draw greater challenges for the residents. But my hope is that the economic aspect of it can sort of help to offset that threat of gentrification.
Anna, do you know if there are in the municipality or the city, affordable housing mandates? If developers wanted to develop parcels around, this new benefit, that there would be either performative affordable houses built on site, a certain percentage of it, or cash payments made to the city to provide affordable housing, things like that, things like other cities do.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any in Cleveland specifically. I know that, their challenge isn't so much as much affordable housing as it is just retaining people within the fabric. The population is only 300,000, which is a far drop of what Cleveland was at its peak of manufacturing. So I'm not familiar with any affordable housing mandates, but I don't think that's Cleveland's biggest challenge at the moment. Just keeping anyone there.
Right.
Yeah, bigger issue.
Mm-hmm.
There are also lots of great comments in the chat if anyone has been participating via the chat and wants to just dive right in.
I'll just say out loud what I wrote in the chat, which is there's a really important theme in these thesis projects, as well as past thesis projects, which is how architects can intervene in shrinking post-industrial cities. And these projects all in one way or another address these overlapping legacies of urban renewal, redlining, and deindustrialization through strategies of adaptive reuse and community engagement. And so, Hannah's, your project, like Jared's, fall into this category, but we've already had a few others in the chat, including Marcus King's thesis on Detroit, Allison Palmadesso, 2015, and then Min Soo Khan's Food for the City of Baltimore. So it's another, we don't want to lose this, and we want to sort of be able to highlight it, I think, as an area where many of our thesis projects are really groundbreaking, I think.
Hannah, one question. I guess at first I have the privilege and advantage of having seen this thesis over the course of the semester, and I think one theme that came up over and over again is the role of design and tectonics in preservation and in architectural communication, in architectural education or education about a place. Are there any specific design gestures or design moves that you're most proud of or you think are most successful in driving kind of those conversations that we've had, or like kind of process conversations that we've had, whether it's, you know, the combination of new and old, or maybe the relationship of indoor and outdoor or circulation. What do you think is really a design takeaway that you learned, or that we could take in terms of the experience of space?
So I think the moment, the moment in the design that sort of best captures those ideas of showing the old and the new, and just the function of the building, I think it really comes together in the atrium space in the meat house, where you can sort of see the deterioration of the walls, but with the steel and glass intervention sort of showing how showing the deterioration, but keeping the building functional. And so making that history visible, while also having the living machine sort of showing how the technology of the space functions, and even adding some artistic elements like the etched glass on the atrium that's showing silhouettes of the original factory workers. So having that educational element without it necessarily being like a direct museum exhibit space telling you things, but implying it through the architecture. So I think all of those ideas come together most in the reception space.
Great, thanks. And yeah, that is kind of the places we've been talking about it. So it's great to hear that you feel that that's been a strong suit in the kind of wrap up too.
Kind of the other, maybe I'm thinking of kind of other points of reference, and the other like, well, like I'm thinking of just the economy of food production in relationship to some of these, and like is the ambition of the project, and these are questions maybe you can ask yourself around like efficiency and volume. So essentially ways in which I don't think is something that that's not something that you're kind of targeting. You're actually moving in a different direction. So there's I think a really fascinating, perhaps important like critique within the work around a relationship to food production, food waste, which maybe also helps in some forms to think through well, yeah, I think there's an ambition to think about, well, one's relationship to food, a kind of locality of that, which comes to my mind. There's a company that happens to be, well, they have a farm in Providence, but Gotham Greens, for example, is like as a like form of a kind of system that essentially they're opportunistic, right? They find ways, and that's even a part of their tagline. Like we build greenhouses and produce greens in unexpected places. So it could be on the roof of an existing structure that then allows us to build something that's 60,000 square feet. And if you actually look at their kind of strategy of where they've surgically targeted, it's in places like Providence, which is like, yeah, strange, depressed, weirdly insular, and like hard to kind of penetrate in terms of finances, right? A kind of like solidly metal. And so I think there's things like that, which I find fascinating, that you might position your project or be able to find strategies and also find helpful criticisms within those models. And then also places such as like Dan Barber's Blue Hill Farm, which has a different kind of like self-sustained kind of symbiotic like interest in terms of how it thinks of food and food production and the kind of longevity of time, but also a very different economy and a different kind of person that has access to that and different kind of community. Also, I think a helpful perhaps structure, and also one that you could be really critical of in an important way as a foil to your own work of perhaps who you're accessing, who you're educating, and who's engaging within this. So some perhaps like allies, enemies, frenemies to your work that build out that larger constellation, I think are things that also come to my mind and may be of use.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I looked a lot at existing like urban farms and like hydroponic projects, and like it is like a tension between, you know, existing in a global economy in which it's not really feasible to necessarily produce all the food on one site for a whole community. That's not necessarily a sustainable direction to go in, but also having a healthy ecology, it relies on diversity of plants and in the sense of diversity of economy. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm sure I haven't arrived at an exact solution, but I think that exploring that tension more is definitely a direction I'd like to take this.
And in many ways, maybe I think giving yourself credit for thinking of those things, because I think you recognize those realities, and perhaps I'm saying, like, have confidence in being able to foreground those thoughts, or be able to come to that kind of critical standpoint of saying that, like, yeah, declaratively, like, not all of these things can be addressed, but here is a manner by which I'm kind of positioning this or thinking of it in terms of a system. So I think you've been like, you have such amazing knowledge, and you've been unbelievably honest within that, and you can actually set that framework very early. So thank you.
Any other reflections, questions, comments? Faculty, students, or jury are, of course, welcome to participate.
I'm gonna just jump in and say that the stuff that's on the news currently about the logistics of gasoline being transported up and down the East Coast makes a project like this even more relevant. It strikes me that the things that Jacqueline was describing, that many of us have experienced for the first time, of being able to have groceries delivered, may be also impacted by the shortage of fuel. And so the idea of locally producing and creating a level of subsistence has a kind of logic to it that may be the only way out of the future that it looks like it's headed right towards us. So I think it's a very interesting proposition.
Yeah, I think anytime you can find more uses in urban environments to do things that you wouldn't necessarily first think of, like, how does the farm and the city meet? And there's lots of study and lots of projects that are looking into that. Is a super valuable thing to do. So I appreciate Thesis Projects is doing just that.
And Thesis Chair Brittany Williams, do you want to provide any reflections?
Sure. I had the pleasure of being Hannah's thesis chair, and the dual issues of food production and what to do with the unused post-industrial building stock are certainly important topics for us to explore and discuss as stewards of the built environment. And this thesis was a fascinating overlap of those two topics and how they interact with a specific community. I think we're really getting two very interesting perspectives here, juxtaposing Hannah's thesis and Jared's thesis as explorations in historic preservation. We had such a wide range of typology, scale, extent of preservation between both of them. And as Hannah mentioned, she chose this site specifically to allow herself to explore a variety of approaches to historic preservation on one site. And that approach to design has fostered lots of interesting conversations about Hannah's understanding of the role of design and the design process within adaptive reuse and historic preservation. And in addition to the interest in historic preservation, Hannah came to the thesis with an intense interest in urban food production. And I've been continually impressed with Hannah's ability to integrate those details into the design. And the depth of thinking has been really appreciated, and the limits of a 15 to 20 minute presentation means that we just scratch the surface of her thoughtfulness within the design and the ways in which the building actually operates. So Hannah, thank you for having me as your chair. It's been satisfying to accompany you on this journey and to see your evolving view of the future of architecture in historic preservation. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you, Hannah. So we're a few minutes ahead. So I think maybe it's in everyone's interest to take a very short intermission, and we'll stay on schedule in case there's anyone logging in closer to the posted start time of 11:30. So we'll take a quick 10-15 minute break. We'll start at 11:30 sharp. So hopefully we can re-congregate at 11:25. All right. See everyone really soon. All right, and if you're in earshot, we're gonna start gathering back. Looks like nobody went too far. At least a few people didn't go too far. Hi, Brian.
Howdy. Break a leg, Christian.
Thank you very much.
It's bad luck to say good luck on opening night.
No such thing as bad luck in thesis.
No siree, no siree.
So is it safe to say that everyone was remote this year? All of the students that are presenting today did it remotely?
100% remote studio, or yeah, I mean all classes, but thesis and also their thesis prep semester in the fall.
Right, oh, okay, wow, challenging. And so we've gotten pretty good at mural boards and Miro. We use Miro boards when we're teaching. I was really surprised of how well the students adapted. I'm sure your students were the same, using the technologies to collaborate, because that is the most challenging thing, in my opinion, is that face-to-face interaction. And I guess also the model building, physical model building was very, you know, how's that become a useful tool in this format? It's really hard.
It's been very interesting. Our practitioner faculty have been most helpful at getting us to a point where we were able to almost seamlessly go online, because a lot of our practitioner faculty work in firms with multinational offices. And that was number one, the key thing. Number two is just the good spirit of the students. I think it was less difficult for thesis students, but it's been more disruptive to beginning students. On the other hand, beginning students have been building models. So many of the thesis students I know, this one is an exception. This fellow has built quite a few models.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Yeah.
Christian is a dedicated modeler for sure.
Great. Yeah, you know, when our office went remote last March, we always had the ability to do remote work. We're not a multinational firm, but we did have all of that technology that wasn't tested. Like, what happens tomorrow when the entire office is going to be working remotely? And so it's been it worked well for what the need was, but certainly not ideal. I think we've all gotten to be better adopters of the technology. You know, I remember Zoom meetings being something that was mysterious that project managers did, and I just sort of showed up when occasionally those things happened. And they'd have to, like, you know, hold my hand through the whole thing, and now we're sort of whizzes at it, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, we'll be back in person in August, so we're looking forward to that. And with that, I think, Lindsay, do you want to kick off our next presentation?
Yes, definitely. We are going to hear from Christian. I'm going to screen share over here. All right. Let me get oriented.
Buenos dias, my name is Christian Romero, and this is Memoria en Capas, an affordable housing project using 3D printing and social media in El Salvador. I remember going to my Nana's house and having to use the outhouse in the dark. I remember having to bathe with a bucket. I could barely sleep due to the heat, and the lack of electricity meant no TV. Let's not even mention the mosquitoes.
The neighborhood was very desolate. Let's face it, I hated my stay there. It is these memories that ignited this thesis proposition. Now, I know that there are a lot of negative connotations of this place, but there's a lot more to unpack. For example, did you know that the first inhabitants of El Salvador were Cuscatlecs, Lencan, and the Mayan? They were later conquered by the Spanish Empire. In the early 2000s, massive earthquakes, mudslides, and floods left millions of people homeless. In 2019, President Bukele commissions a new community and even a La Union airport, instilling a new sense of pride in El Salvador. There are currently 6 million Salvadorian residents. 2 million of them are living in disheveled homes with less than a $3,000 income. That is why it's imperative to think outside of the box and provide a safe, engaging, and an affordable home for the less fortunate. Like my mother always says, al mal paso hay que darle prisa. During bad times, hurry up to a solution. Face your problems as soon as possible, and good times will come soon. The site chosen is in Central America, surrounded by the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. It sits in a tropical environment with mountains at the horizon. This thesis proposition aims to respect the local traditions and renew a sense of pride for the locals. Now, towards the east, we see a home language that includes a variety of colors, front porches, different types of corrugated roofs. And towards the west, we see a more rural landscape with mud walls and recycled metals as roofs. They typically share bedrooms and they even cook outdoors. Now, our site sits in between both of these languages and serves as a bridge for all people of all kinds. As seen in our figured grounds, the site sits above the main road and is disconnected from any of the major transportation systems that's currently there. The secondary roads are also away from our site, leaving only a footpath that connects the rural side to the city centers. The city fabric lays east, closer to the harbor, and the rural site is off to the west. Agricultural can be seen throughout, but typically they're separated. This means that a lot of amenities, including education, playgrounds, and churches, are more than a 20 and 30-minute walk just to get to class. It takes about 10 to 20 minutes to drive there. The site does have a small grade change. It has a high point of 45 feet and a low point of 35 feet. The water runs downhill over to the harbor, creating a marshland that kind of caps our site. The vegetation currently there is an existing forest canopy with less smaller vegetation over to the sides. Currently there, we can see on the west side of the site, we have rural lands, the harbor up to the north, and then we have the harbor cities over to the east. The site does have 2 ridges that create downflow of water in the middle point, as well as the side here. Now this site sits in a gap between the rural and the city centers. The harbor town in the existing fabric has a clear parallel line towards the harbor, and the marshland caps the top of the site, meaning that we can easily bridge the rural to the city center. To do this, we will extend the street grid by using the existing streets that lead seemingly nowhere. We then attach cul-de-sacs to these new major roads. The existing ridges on the site dictate where the homes will live and where the stormwater management pools will live. The natural boundaries, like the tree canopy, will dictate where the community parklands will live, creating a new tartan in this gap that was once empty. These homes are to be inhabited by La Union residents, and it was imperative to get their input as much as possible. However, the state of the world meant I had no physical access to the site. Unprecedented times calls for unprecedented ways of thinking. The only way to connect to the locals was through mutual engagement of social media. Since we were all stuck at home, I decided to reach out to La Union Facebook group and get their ideas on paper. I created Instagram polls to give visual options of what they preferred in a community. And then I implemented design decisions and options based off of their feedback. With over hundreds of voters on Instagram and Facebook polls, it was important to understand who these people voting really were. For example, 80% of the voters were Central American. 65% of the voters were La Union residents, for example. Some of these people included mechanics, farmers, bakers, self-employed, working from home. The demographics ranged from 10 years old all the way to 70 years old. Using the power of this invisible connection, Instagram allowed me to create a visualization of what these residents preferred in their community. For example, a lot of them preferred a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. 98% of them preferred a large backyard. 56% of them preferred a cul-de-sac plan. 60% preferred a community plan center instead of a shopping center. And 65% of them wanted it to be more accessible to the rest of the city. The power of the polls, I was able to narrow down my choices and precedents based off of what the La Union community preferred. Some historical examples, such as Greenbelt District in Maryland, Prospect Park in New York, and even Garden Cities, all focused on walkability, community engagement, safety and storm management, and even entrepreneurship. Now, with all that said, I welcome you to El Pueblo de Capas. El Pueblo de Capas now proudly sits in the gap seen on the left. It is a community designed by the community for the community. Similar to Garden Cities, this neighborhood values the open space and ensures that every cul-de-sac has access to a pathway that leads to a community parkland. Each home has its private realm that can be open to a semi-private space. The pathways encourages walkability and interaction, and the cul-de-sac layout respects individual home boundaries. El Pueblo values individual spaces, spaces for play, for entrepreneurship, athleticism, relaxation, and togetherness. The community does this by separating individual parklands into 3 blocks, including the forest block, the sports block, and the garden block. The forest block is on the west side, maintaining the existing forest canopy that's currently there. The forest block includes a playground, basketball and tennis courts, a learning center, and an existing forest canopy that can all be walked through to hang your hamaca or even just to enjoy a nice walk in the afternoon. The sports block sits in the middle of the site where the existing vegetation begins to dwindle. The sports block includes a full-size soccer field, a community center with a pool, and a full softball and baseball field. The garden block sits on the eastern end of the site, right at the bottom of the hill. The garden block includes a tennis and basketball court, as well as a playground. It is also home to a community learning center. The garden maintains a native plant collection and 2 retention basins. There are 2 different cul-de-sac layouts in this community. The typical layout includes 16 printed homes plus 2 generational homes. The typical farming cul-de-sac layout has the same amount of homes, but includes a central communal gardening area in the street medium for shared harvesting. The individual home site plans within the cul-de-sacs include a backyard and a front yard, as well as a covered porch on the side of the homes. At the ends of each cul-de-sac, we're introduced to generational homes that are essentially 2 printed homes under 1 shared roof. These home site plans include ample space for parking, plus a shared covered backyard porch. Now that our site is in order, you may be asking yourself, how in the world are we going to produce 486 homes and 3 community centers in an efficient, cost-saving, and sustainable and modern way? Well, the answer is simple: by 3D printing them. By using this new technology, we can customize and design a catalog of homes for the community to choose from. Now, why 3D printing, you may ask? Well, first off, it reduces costs. A typical home pod can be printed for less than $4,000, whereas traditional building materials can cost upwards to $20,000, $30,000. It reduces labor construction, reduces waste. It could be mass produced and customized, and it could be flexible, and it could be durable. It's super efficient and can be printed in about 2 days. With local influences such as Mayan temples and volcanoes in the area, my initial designer instinct wanted to celebrate this and introduce a circular home, kind of like those made by WASP in the US. But the Instagram polls showed me that the residents in El Salvador did not want that. 93% of them actually preferred the more contemporary style of printed homes seen in Icon's home in Mexico. This led to an exploration of my own printer and found that the residents who will inhabit these homes were right all along, as the dome prints take longer to print, requires more material, and costs more than the idea of attaching a roof later. My father also explained to me that giving responsibilities such as building a roof provides a microeconomy for the residents and gives them a higher sense of participation. As seen in this matrix, I printed a series of different shapes and forms to prove that the Instagram poles were aligned. However, it rang true, as the conical shape seen at the top row required more time and material than the examples at the bottom rows where the roof is attached to later. With that being said, the dimensional restraints found to be the most efficient are going to be 26 feet wide, 8 feet high, and 45 feet deep. The concrete mix is going to be a mixture of concrete, viscosity modifying admixtures for ability to build up in layers, plasticizers, accelerants, rebar within the layers, coffee shafts for insulation, and pausing within layers to build up headers, for example. I now welcome you to the community centers of El Pueblo. There is one center in each of the 3 blocks of the community. The community centers are open to the public for a variety of tasks. It is the glue between the 3 different community blocks. The community center is built up of 7 different printed pods, and they also house spaces for community learning, community technology labs, a space for prayer, working out, community gathering, retaining pools, and more. The centers are designed to be flexible in program, using operable walls to open up to house larger events. The clear stories are designed to open to allow natural ventilation and daylight. The pitched timber roofs are designed to reroute stormwater into the retaining ponds. The larger roofs are supported by timber posts that is separate from the printed walls. The pink trusses add additional support. The centers also include 6 additional printed spaces on either side for additional classroom and flex space. Let's now zoom in to La Casa de Capas. All the casas will include a timber roof, 3D printed walls, a shared living and dining room, a washer and dryer, and a covered exterior porch. In an attempt to save on the need for electricity and outsourced power, operable clear stories have been designed to sit on top of the interior and exterior walls to maximize natural ventilation and daylight. The timber roof porch has become standard on all the homes in response to the outdoor living culture that currently exists there. The roof cantilevers 10 feet to the side and provides ample protection from the elements year-round. The porch is designed to redirect rainwater onto the 3D printed pots for convenient gardening. They are intentionally placed on the sides of the homes to maximize sunlight exposure on the crops. So now let's start to design your home. Now that we have our site and community centers in place, the residents can apply and design their own home. They have the option to choose which block on the site they prefer, as well as which type of floor plan, which facade, window orientation, and even their own color. This checklist was given to the Facebook group in La Union, as well as peers in school and even family members. I'll show you what they designed later. According to launion.gov, the average household size per home is 3 to 4 people. With that in mind, the floor plan options can accommodate a great range of family types. This option includes a 4-bedroom and 1-bath home. The 3-bedroom option includes a printed master bedroom and bathroom, and an additional bathroom for the 2 other bedrooms. These 2 options use the 3D printer to print the exterior walls only. With this option, 1 or 2 operable walls can be given to you based off of the resident's need at the time. They still include major amenities like the washer and dryer and indoor bathroom. The generational homes are an option for a family who stays together but still prefers their privacy. It is made up of 2 printed pods perpendicular to each other with a shared roof and a larger outdoor-indoor exterior space in the backyard. The 3D printer allowed for parametric designs, which meant a whole ton of options. The options were designed based off of site influences and finalized through polls and social media posts. El Natural option is an option printed with no facade feature other than the elegant layered effect produced by the printer itself. This option is for those who appreciate the raw materiality of the concrete itself. This option is roughly 4 hours quicker to print than the other facade options. The wave option is inspired by the harbor and the Pacific Ocean. The waves sway and ventilate the heat away from the home. This option is for the postmodernist who loves to see the material expressed in motion. La Maca option is inspired by Central American textiles, specifically found in hammocks. The diamond pattern can also be found in woven blankets throughout the country. This option is for those who love tradition and prefer to stand out in a row of homes. The Mayan option is an option inspired by the Mayan temple El Tazumal in El Salvador. The hieroglyphs seen in the Mayan temple have been abstracted and reinterpreted into the facade. This option is for the history buff that is proud of their ancestral past. The cross option is inspired by the spiritual connection the site has to the Catholic religion. The strong influence of the cross symbology is abstracted and repeated on the facade. The option is for that are in tune with their spiritual self and in faith. The next option that the homeowners get is whether their windows are configured vertically or horizontally. Based off of the existing home language seen in El Salvador today, the residents get to paint their home during the concrete mixing phase by mixing their preferred concrete dye. The next step in building the community together is to hand off the construction documents so that local builders can build a new pueblo in another area of need. The 3D print files are also handed off so that an on-site printer can start to print a new home within the push of a button. After receiving dozens of filled option sheets, the following slides are narratives inspired by the people who filled them out. Welcome to Miguel Angel's home. He's a jack of all trades. He really enjoys the open living and dining space because the sunlight helps him get his day started. He also works on his convenient gardening before work. The timber roof shades his car year-round, as he prefers to walk and save gas. He works on wood crafting in the backyard during the weekends, and also works on timber roofs. He grows crops in the community harvest mediums as well. He walks past forest block amenities, such as the basketball courts and the tennis courts. The forest block provides a shaded walk to work for him, and he works at the livestock farms. He eats lunch at the community center next door. And at the end of the day, he relaxes at the community pool. Welcome to the Rivera's generational home, where this home seems to have their appliances on at all times. The clear stories are closed on the bedroom side for privacy. The French doors has clear views to the back and the front yard, where there is a backyard covered porch. It's fenced in, so it feels more private. In the front yard, there's ample parking on the sides and the front, where the son decides to work on several cars at a time. The family heads out towards the parklands, where the grandparents decide to walk to the retention basins. The teenagers decide to play basketball and tennis. The children, of course, they prefer the playground, right? And the parents decide to go to the community center. The community center allows for outdoor events for the whole family, and at the end, they decide to play a game of soccer. Romero, the baker, has a full bathroom with an indoor shower. His home doubles as a bakery for the community. The line forms under the covered porch. He uses his indoor kitchen to bake pan dulce, and he sells without bothering his neighbors. Don Manuel opens the home to his customers. He uses his operable room as a sales room. His backyard is kept private from customers, and he sells his bread at the market pavilions. During the afternoon, he celebrates his religious holiday. He passes by the water collection tank in the forest block and continues to bike to the community center gym. The forest block is aligned with hanging hammocks. The parkland pathways lead to the community center. And here the community center is full of families. He ends his day by working out at the gym. I now welcome you to La Profesora Vilma's home. Here she has an operable wall that encloses the home office. The operable room has clear stories to shade the baby's room. The room can also expand so that you can keep a close eye on the baby. The French door opens for ventilation, and she can also decide to teach under the roof porch if she needs to. She can close the door if it ever gets too loud, and if need be, she can go to the designated bus stop to head to school. She can bike through the garden block to get to work. Here she decides to open up the operable clear stories. She opens up the operable walls to host lunchtime for all, where the students can watch the rainwater collect in the pool. The students take a barn trip across the street to learn. And after school, she also doubles as a soccer coach. And then she bikes back home through the gardens. And last but not least, I welcome you to Abuelita Nicha's home. Here she opens up the clear stories for ventilation. The French doors allow for even more ventilation to come through. The granddaughter's room has their own closet. She checks on her clothes before heading out for the day. In the backyard, she gossips with the grandpa. She teaches her grandson how to feed chickens. He's from America. She relaxes under the porch roof before heading out to the parks. She takes her grandkids to the playgrounds, and then for a walk in the community garden, where she stops and smells the roses. She heads over to the community center for church mass. The community center hosts several clubs in the afternoon. The church mass is held in the event space, where it overlooks the glistening water. Thank you all for your time, and a special thanks to all my family, friends, and peers who made this project possible. Special thanks to my parents and grandparents for their daily inspiration.
Okay, great. So Christian has shared the mural link.
On the side of the mural link, you'll see an outline where you can just press and it'll zoom you into site analysis, for example, the site intervention and the home scale, community scale, and the site scale.
Right, thank you. I love the vignettes of stories and explaining your project through storytelling about what the lived experience would be like. And I thought that was very powerful way to go about it. It's almost like storytelling, which is a little bit different from the way a lot of projects are presented. So I really appreciate the creative approach that you took. You know, in terms of presentation style, and I do a lot of presentation, that oftentimes what I try to do is find some messages. There might be 3 or 4 messages that I want to get across to my audience, and I can't presume what they're thinking or what they're not thinking, you know, kind of thing. So in terms of presentation style, I found that the quick, short vignettes of people's lived experience, again, sort of what it would be like, was very powerful. So just keep that in mind, that I felt that was very effective. So I would wonder, can you get messages of, you know, some of the ideas and concepts woven into those stories, you know, and maybe they were as the discussion continues, but I thought that was really great, those vignettes. Jacques Herzog and Demeron, if you go to their Instagram page, every now and again, they'll post little writings, almost like the same kind of vignettes that you described, but he'll sort of write them out of what he's experienced in either in some sort of urban situation or whatever it is. It's almost like part poetry, part, you know, just a description of something, but very useful, very powerful. You might want to check those out as well. But thank you for that. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Also have to really appreciate the community engagement through crowdsourcing. You know, I thought that was a really interesting, really good part of your exploration. So I really appreciate that as well. You cover so many different topics. You know, you cover sort of how in residential building can you personalize, you know, or can you as a designer have the ability for places where people live to include personalization. Now you talked about in terms of like sort of selecting certain ways in which the facade can be expressed, you know, in the walls through 3D printing, but and then how do you also allow for personalization over time? And I think the rational framework that you have between wall and roof, and that could allow, you know, personalization of these buildings to happen over time. I think that's important. And maybe sort of, if you were to study more, it's like, how do you think about, like, after it's built and they lived there for a long time, what kinds of things would they do to modify or adjust or again, personalize their space? And what would that look like, you know? And that might be an interesting study as well, you know, or maybe that's another crowdsource opportunity for you as, too. But I thought that was a good thing to think about when you're thinking about residential architecture, is how do you allow, you know, how do you allow these things to evolve over time that can incorporate some of the personalities of the people who are living there.
And I also want to add that it is very exciting to hear. And as I was going through this, I was wondering whether you're going to do a day in the life of a particular resident, and you did that in spades, and it was quite wonderful, very personal, and told the story of the community in a wonderful way. But one thing that I would like to hear from you is the day in the life, shall we say, of actually constructing one of these, and how that process would work between the 3D printing, which is a little bit more industrial process, and the building of the roof, and that insertion that makes it a very personal process. How does that actually work?
Yeah, so this was one of those questions that I had early on. One of the reasons that I chose this method instead of, for example, building up in layers through conical shapes. One of the reasons why I debated that so long was because I wanted the printer to do everything for me, right? And like my father explained to me, he said that by giving the opportunity to work for a microeconomy, it gave the people a chance to kind of be a part of this building even further than just choosing the design they want. So in terms of foundations, that's going to be outsourced to locals to build the foundations, the footings for the exterior walls. And then you go in and you add, you know, timber posts, and you assemble the roof separately and attach later. The idea is to house a 3D printer in each community so that they can just press a button once the foundations are set. They're housed in the community center itself. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but essentially we have the locals build the footings, the foundations, have the printer print the walls, insert the insulation, stop to build like headers, for example, and then attach the roof later as a separate system.
So, Christian, it's Matt Bell. How are you?
Hey, Matt, I missed you.
Miss you too, pal. This is very impressive, and I find the whole breadth of it, the social analysis as well as the regional and the urban design ideas and getting down to the day in life and the buildings is very impressive and very nice. I guess Michelle sort of put in the chat something that I wanted to sort of probe a little bit here. The aesthetic is very powerful, not overwhelming, but very clearly a kind of aesthetic that you've chosen here. And Michelle mentioned in the chat Corbu's famous Passaic housing project, when, you know, years after he designed it and built it, people came and put traditional windows on it and hung flower boxes and made all sorts of facade alterations and things. And somebody asked Corbu about that, and then Corbu said, well, life is always right. We architects must learn from that, which I thought was an interesting response. It wasn't a sort of, these people don't know anything about great high design. They really are responding. It would be interesting to see more adaptation. Like what level of adaptation and change could these buildings sustain? Because there will be people who are not, you know, sort of admirers of case study houses from the 1950s, and will want to make these things more traditional or more things that they think look like Central American architecture. How would you navigate that? What sort of things, if you were hired as the town architect to advise people on that, what sort of things would you have them do? Or not do, as the case might be.
Yeah, right. Adaptability came with 3D printing, right? Like customization, you know, giving the people a chance to design their own home. It was almost endless. Like I had to have them decide which facades they preferred in order to do that. Now, let's say, for example, they don't want to choose out of this catalog the 3 options that they wanted. They can just use traditional building methods while using the site itself. So the site has its own individual property lines. It has its own individual restraints in which they can build on their own, still using, you know, the the foundations, for example. Let's say they want to build up in the future, they can use that timber framing that was used for the roof for building up, for example. But yeah, the option to not use a 3D printer is still available to clients. They just, I mean, not, well, you know, the community, just using the same site restrictions
Well,
that's currently
do you think, Christian, that if somebody came along and didn't do a house that is stylistically like the ones you presented as the options, it's like Henry Ford, you know, you can have any option you want as long as it's black and it's a Model T. You know, I mean, it's if they didn't do that, does that compromise the community or what? What does it do for the community if somebody comes along and says, well, I'm not really interested in this aesthetic, I want to do something different?
Yeah, right. You know, when coming up with options, a lot of people didn't like any of the options. And I know there's going to be a lot more people like that. But I think it's completely fine. I think it's more than welcome to have diversity and inclusion in this community, but still within the same site restrictions, because then it'll mess up the whole master plan, right? But using the footprint of the site that they have, I think anybody can make whatever they like. If they want to, let's say in the future, they're starting to print, well, they're actually in the works right now, printing like steel, for example. They want to build their whole home in steel or glass or something.
Yeah, I think one of the great promises of mass customization is the fact that people can customize. And I think maybe what Matt is getting at is maybe you didn't take it far enough in terms of giving people the option to really customize the houses rather than choose between 5 or so different plans.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting dilemma, isn't it? Because at what point do you end up with chaos, right? What do you control and not control, right, Hiroshi? I mean, you know.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, Matt, is the difference between, you know, there's customization during the initial construction, right? And I think that was described. But then there's how do people on their own over time, you know, renovate, modify, change the place that they live to accommodate whatever their, you know, tastes and personalities would be of people living there. You just look at any sort of neighborhood that evolves over time. You know, I think to places like, you know, this urban plan is a lot different than, say, Palm Springs, right? So Palm Springs, there's this Spanish mission style house, but then there's all of the mid-century modern houses as well. And they sort of coexist in different pockets in different ways. But you can see, because that was started in the 50s and 60s and still around, how those things have evolved. You know, there's some preservationists who sort of kept the mid-century modern the way it is, and it has a lot of power and value.
Well, or even Levittown. I mean, Levittown was mass produced and people customized those houses, and maybe it's not such a great aesthetic example, but it's going to happen, you know, I mean.
Yeah. Right. But that's the over time, not it. So I guess what I took your comment to be is about, like, what happens over decades with different people living in those houses and how these things evolve, rather than customization that was talked about in the presentation of facade choices and fenestration choices and things like that. And which I think you're right, that will happen.
The interesting thing, Matt, that you bring up about, you know, kind of testing the limit of that framework is kind of what you did at the beginning, Christian, when you were kind of testing the materiality. I think that could be interesting. It's kind of hard. You can't forecast. And if we decide to start like making these assumptions of how people in these places will make changes, I think then you get into kind of gray zone about what future holds. But Christian, it's really nice to see your work. I feel a little like an old aunt that comes back, and happy to see you all grown up with amazing work some years later. So, and this is exactly what I would expect from you. So I think, and what I wonder is, and then I kind of heard it a little bit when you started to say, well, maybe they don't have to 3D print. That is there's so many things, right? There's so many things going on, and there's so many amazing things going on. So let me preface with that. Of course, the storytelling and the idea, everything is amazing. The 3D printing, based on, you know, I think it would be awesome. I'm sure lots of ears perked up, like, how is it going to stand? What's the exact admix? And, you know, how is this going to work? How are you going to import? What is this appropriate? Is this a thermal? Blah, blah, blah. Those things are all really, could be questions that could be surmountable. But from my little experience in this project in Kenya, introducing a new material process is not a small thing to do. It's a big deal, right? So thinking about, coming in and what it means, buying a 3D printer, in each zone is in the project that I worked on, just a single, compressed earth block press for an entire, region was a big purchase. So thinking about, they're not the same projects in any way, shape, or form. I'm just, saying that sometimes a new material process, it's a big undertaking. So thinking about that thoroughly. And if it is something that doesn't matter, if it doesn't matter that it's 3D printed, maybe that's something that you let go of pretty quick. So just because I think you're going to take this.
Oh, go ahead, Christian.
No, I was just gonna say, in regards to like customization in the future, that was one of the things that, of course you think about at first as designers. It's like, how are they gonna customize it? How are they gonna, adapt it? But we have to keep in mind that these are folks that have a less than $3,000 annual income, and in the time period there, they're not gonna be customizing this anytime soon. They're not gonna be adding stuff. They need something now that can be sustainable, durable, and fast to produce, because there's over millions of people living in disheveled homes. They're homeless, and those were one of the things that I thought about when producing these things now. Like my mother said, al mal paso hay que darle prisa. You have to hurry up to a solution. These people are not going to wait. If I keep customizing it more and more, they're never going to get an option. They're never going to get something printed. But thank you for those comments.
I heard Leon Creer once make the observation that I just wanted to add on to that. I heard Leon Creer make the observation once that in America, quantity is quality.
So we have a pretty long queue of people with raised hands, and Jacqueline, we'll start with you. And then Peter, Juan, Michelle, and Joseph have either written to me or raised their hands. So we'll go in that order that is in the chat after Jacqueline.
Awesome, thank you so much. And I'll be brief, but I mean, Christian, the project is like immense in its scope and ambition. And you did such a wonderful job in like presenting it across all of these lenses, whether it be through the narrative, whether it be through planning. So it's remarkable in so many ways. It also, there's so many, I think because it's so multifaceted, the points by which you might be able to like clarify a position not only around, I think there's kind of a narrative here that maybe is a subtext of around like diasporic communities and a way in which we engage non-Western communities in many circumstances as a way of talking about like kind of cultural intervention. There's, I think, a thesis here around the varying degrees of what does it mean to participate, or how an architecture can foster different scales of participation and what that looks like. So I really appreciate the different like means and methods you developed around technology assuming participation, whether that be as simple as the Instagram kind of poll, which I think there's points of criticism that I could get into around the kind of like prompt or the image by which you were presenting in terms of that binary as perhaps like leading someone towards an answer, but that's, I think, neither here nor there in relationship to, I think, the end result. And then there's also a means by which I think you're talking about the participation in terms of like the master plan and at the scale of the unit or the home in terms of customization. There's a project that kept kind of coming into my mind, a photography project called Unequal Scenes, where a photographer who's based in South Africa, whose main kind of effort of his work, Johnny Miller, is around the like use of drones and like being critical about like drone documentation, but essentially a series of forms of kind of photographing landscapes and scenes that really put into front of view inequities in urban development. So we might see juxtaposed, I'll put the link in the chat, but juxtaposed next to one another in different places around the world, kind of the formation of kind of the byproduct of global capital as it comes to our built environment. So there's a way by which I think in some forms your project in somehow maybe gains some interest or some traction in relationship to that at the level of the master plan. And then there's also, well, thinking through, it seems that there's a thesis here for you around the role technology plays in fostering participation and what that may occur like, or what that may kind of foster or spur in terms of the construction of a community. It seems that around the unit of the home itself, there's the means by which that's kind of produced through like 3D printing that then allows for the production of the roof, which then spurs a kind of larger narrative of community, which I fully accept the premise of, and I actually really enjoyed the way in which you went through that narrative, as I think many of the critics did as well, because as it was said, you've done that in spades and I think really accomplished. And that perhaps where the hinge point for me are maybe questions of participation come as we begin to zoom out again and look at the larger like master plan in some forms, or how structured or how like developed it might be, and what is it, and I think that perhaps in your answer around immediacy or kind of engaging within communities as a way to say, well, there's a manner by which if how does one act, and also act in a manner that is willing to relinquish a level of control. And so I think there's a kind of like, I think there's a critical statement in there around kind of how technology allows one to give over control and claim control in different ways, and that perhaps maybe something to reflect on is thinking around specifically the position you're asking the architect to take in terms of how much control they are willing to kind of give up or take hold of, whether that be in kind of the design of the home, the planning of the community, and the larger kind of spurring forward of other economic systems that come to play, or that are kind of fostered in relationship to how this thing is completed, or what that then means in relationship to material relationships, what's there, what needs to be imported, what's brought, what's taken away, and those kinds of exchanges.
So we have in the queue, Peter, Juan, Michelle, Joseph, and Christian, if you want to jump in, I want to make sure you have a chance, but I'm just trying to track everyone across Peter, Juan, Michelle, and Joseph, after, of course, Christian.
I just appreciate all the feedback.
Hey, Christian, really beautiful project, beautifully drawn. And I just wanted to offer a couple thoughts about the kind of the tectonic realization of the project and what you present. You know, the architecture in some way you can think of as being made up out of walls, right? The vertical surface and the overhead plane. And the project's preoccupied with this printing, right? And I think there's some opportunities to capture both interior and exterior space with the walls that you're exploring in all of the different prototypes. And then the same thing with the overhead plane. You know, it's been touched on a little by others before in the conversation, but the kind of the variety and the just the tectonic language. You know, there's kind of primary and secondary. There's some concerns I have with the way the roofs are framed, and so I would look at that a little more careful. And I think there are models. You know, Korb's models were mentioned earlier, but if you look at Utsen's work in Denmark, the courtyard houses, which captured outdoor space and let the garden space be this thing that becomes claimed and made one's own by the families, or the half house by Elemental. So those are some other models I would point you towards, but very well done. Thank you for sharing the work with us.
Thank you.
think it's my turn, right? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Hi, Christian. This is Juan Burke. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. That was very exciting. I really enjoyed it. So a couple of comments, some of them perhaps building on some of the things that have been said, others that have not. So first of all, I think that your use of Facebook, Instagram, social media, as we call it, I think that was very clever, because it is a fact that a lot of people in Latin America lack stable home internet connections, but a lot of people are connected to social media through their cell phones. So I think that's the case in other places in the global South, and Africa, Southeast Asia, same thing, or similar. So I think that was really smart. Regarding the 3D printing, yes, I can understand that a lot of people are a little bit skeptical about it. I would be too, a little bit, but I do know that you mentioned the icons experiments in Mexico with 3D printing. However, it is still very embryonic, in a very embryonic stage in Latin America, I think, at least in Mexico, which is where I come from, and a country that I know much better. So it is something to think about, because I do see, well, that's a little bit of a hurdle. I think Tonya said it as well. The reality of these communities is sometimes really, really harsh in terms of economic affordability and access to this technology. But once again, I wouldn't discount it, because there is that precedent in Mexico. But yeah, there are a couple of notions also that are related to the lifestyle, the laundry, washing laundry thing. I know that a lot of people in Latin America actually wash their clothes by hand, not necessarily because they don't have access to washer laundries. It's just, a little bit Americanized, I would say, that vision of providing what we consider to be amenities. But the reality is that probably people are going to hang their clothes, and that's perfectly fine. There's also the, I would also like to just briefly touch on the issue of the communal participation of the construction of these homes. And I put in the chat a precedent, an architectural studio from Mexico called Comunal. And they're very young architects, all female architects, which is, I think, awesome. As well, and they do a lot of communal projects in rural Mexico, with particularly with indigenous communities. And part of their methodology is that they allow people to participate to a much greater degree in the planning, the participation. I know that you had this hurdle of not being able to travel to El Salvador. But for what I'm trying to get at is that it is extremely important for people. And if you check out their webpage, you can see all of these photographs, wonderful documentation of how people participate, not just in the planning, but also in the building. So yeah, once again, just sort of reiterating the idea that participation, in this case, might have fallen short. Communal participation might have fallen short. Otherwise, I think this is a fantastic project. There's so many things to be said, and I'm just going to let other people jump in at this point.
Thank you.
So I guess it's my turn. So Christian, I really enjoyed the storytelling aspect and what you're trying to do. My question has more to do with the 3D printing, like a number of other people, but I'd like to approach it from a slightly different direction. So there's a long tradition. Once again, I think there's a lot in the late 50s, 60s, and 70s that it's worth for us to go back to. Traditions of self-built housing, building on vernacular processes. So there's some relevance to earlier projects we saw today. So Turner's sites and systems approach to provide housing while productively employing communities and building skills. So that was, I think, in the 1960s. And then a couple of us have put in the chat Christopher Alexander's production of houses, where he essentially fostered a system of self-built housing in Mexico. And I think there's 2 points about this engagement. One is not only to allow customization or allow input, but when you help people make things, they often make really beautiful things, right? So there was this incredible fascination in the 60s and 70s, thinking about Rudolphsky's architecture without architects and so forth. How have people for centuries been able to build such beautiful communities without architects, right? So I think the 3D premise to some extent takes that agency away from people and substitutes technology for it. So that might be sort of one aspect that you're hearing in some of the comments. The other point I think is really important for us as architects to question the assumptions of what we do. There is an equally long tradition in architecture that labor cost is negative, right? It's a bad thing and we need to minimize it. Whereas in a lot of these self-built projects, labor cost is a positive thing, right? But that you're actually using that labor, that on-site labor and inventiveness, and often incorporating traditional materials and techniques, innovating, using those materials and techniques as a way to build marketable skills. And that can be only not for new architecture, but also rehabilitation and repair, as in the Bologna example that I mentioned earlier. So that would be my main qualification, is to sort of give the making to people. I understand that the slow process, and in the context of disaster housing, you have to build really fast, but it's a sort of more incremental project that again asks us to be more like anthropologists than like traditional architects.
I think I'm next. This is just such a fascinating project, Christian, and I think it's produced a really fascinating discussion, or lots of different discussions. I wanted to go back to I saw your presentation a few weeks ago, or I saw an earlier iteration of the project, and I was struck by the fact that your surveys, when you originally put out your surveys, I don't want to give away too much of the sausage factory here, but you had different options for the style of building to do, and you showed people different precedents. And one precedent was that beehive looking 3D printed system of dwellings. And I'm afraid I can't remember the name of the architect. And you described that your community had a visceral reaction to that and really loved the mid-century modern look. And I think that's an important lesson. I think it's an important lesson that when we're looking from the outside, from a Western perspective, being in Western academia, we might assume that a community in another location will be thinking locally, when really they want to participate in the global marketplace of ideas as much as anyone, and they don't want to live in a beehive that looks vaguely indigenous. And that's kind of a stereotype. So I think it's really interesting that they chose that. And now that you've gone with the mid-century modern aesthetic, I think you've found that it's very versatile in terms of core, deeper typologies. I'm thinking of typologies in the Quatremer de Quincy sense, not as a rote form, but as a kernel, an idea, a solution that generates form when applied to the context. I would encourage you to think more about typologies in your quest to better connect with community engagement in the design. Read Quatremer de Quincy, read Giulio Carlo Argan on typology. It's a really amazing discourse. And that, I think that's the link. Thinking about your categories and options, typologies are always the link between the human aspect of the architecture and the needs of the building on one hand, and how it manifests in form. But this project shows a very facile use of spatial typologies, applying that same mid-century modern aesthetic throughout. So I just wanted to share those comments. No real questions there.
All right, and if there's any final comments, now is a great time. Otherwise, Brian Kelly, the chair, will offer a few concluding comments.
And I loved I love this slide that he had in his presentation where he showed the different, types of house ideas, concepts that he had, and like this one failed, right? And I think showing the work of like, I had this idea, it didn't work. I think that's just a really great part of just showing what you explored, what you thought, and what you learned, and that, I appreciate that being included in the presentation. Thanks.
Yeah, I think Christian has a good sense of as how I feel about this project. We had a nice conversation the other day in our kind of penultimate get together, and so he knows that I think he's done a tremendous job, and I think his committee believes that as well, as I think has been echoed here today. When we began this project, it reminded me of a list of top 10 questionable thesis themes that Amy Gardner and I developed several years ago in the kind of spirit of a Dave Letterman top 10 theme, if any of you remember who Dave Letterman was. And one of those themes was something's wrong with my hometown, I'm going to fix it. And invariably that involved a level of personal navel gazing that made it impossible for students typically to be able to move forward with their project. This is, of course, a stereotypical explanation. It was meant tongue-in-cheek. So if some of you are getting upset out there, well, get upset. Who cares? At any rate, the point is that this is an intensely personal thesis. And at the beginning, when I heard Christian talking about this, I was concerned about how one might overcome personal prejudice without losing the insights that are engaged from personal, that are gained from personal engagement. And there was this notion of the personal narrative versus the crowdsourcing that developed. Nobody told him to do that. There was a key lecture given midway through, maybe a third of the way through the semester, that I think influenced that. But he was already on that track. And what was interesting is that he was able to temper personal prejudice. And I say the word personal prejudice in the sense of Karl Popper. We all approach everything that we do. I put this jacket on today. I didn't think about it. I had a kind of prejudice for it because I knew it was a kind of warm thing that I could wear in this chilly DC apartment at the moment. Made me feel good, and I didn't really think about it. But it's something I preferenced in what I did. And that personal prejudice versus the extra personal critique. And what has been amazing to me is that Christian has been open to sharing his personal views. And then at the same time, allowing extra personal critique to come onto the stage and allow him to develop things. And so, there are several points in time where we would have a discussion about the form of his city and the beehive houses and how the heck one was going to make a city out of that. And of course, we were looking towards Trulli and stuff like that in southern Italy. And he went away and came back after this encounter with folks in El Salvador, and he goes, that was the wrong direction. And now I've modified my city plan, and now I've modified the way I'm thinking. This is a guy who's doing exactly what we ask students to do, which is to make a proposition, listen to critique, go off and solve the problem on their own, and come back and present it again and allow another critique to happen and to have it be iterative. And I am just so impressed by the way in which Christian has been able to do this, that he's capable of balancing his personal perspective while accepting and reacting to external critique, and all the while keeping in touch with that important insight that the personal experience brings to the narrative. And so I want to congratulate you, Christian. You're going to do well in life and well in the world of architecture, and very impressive job. Thank you.
Everybody, appreciate
And congratulations to all 4 of our student presenters this morning,
Indeed.
Shane, Jared, Hannah, and Christian. And thank you very much as well to our guest jurors, Tanya, Hiroshi, Julia, Jacqueline, and William. Thank you for spending a good chunk of your Wednesday with us talking about the student work. It's really wonderful to be able to hear the balance of external perspectives and faculty perspectives, some who are seeing the projects for the first time and some who have been part of the projects for more than a semester now. So thanks everyone. We'll be in here for a few more minutes if anyone wants to share their thoughts, if any external jurors have any kind of umbrella comments. I know there's been a lot of talk about the themes that weave these projects together, whether it's scale or site or, all sorts of different kind of micro connections. So if anyone has anything they'd like to reflect on or share, now would be a great time. And we have a little bit of time for that.
Well, I'd like to say thank you for having me and sharing the students' work, and thanks to the students for all their hard effort. I imagine some of them are going to want to have some rest after this, if that still holds true from what I remember the experience being like. And it was really great work. I am in the 4 projects, the variety of not only scale but type and all the issues that are covered was just really wide range of variety, and I can imagine that sort of the thesis advisors that have to have a certain level of expertise and navigate all the range of different topics is equally impressive. And I just, I think it's great to see all this good work coming out of the school that I am biased towards as being a good school. And I would also second what Brian had said, Christian, about the attitude and the approach you took in your design method will serve you well if you decide to be a practitioner, and having the ability to sort of change course when you need to and sort of listen to the external inputs that you're getting, because that's the way it works. There's complex client groups, municipalities, consultants, all kinds of things that will be sort of influencing how you go about making architecture. And I think having that kind of attitude, like, yeah, I can adjust, I can absorb, I can see where this goes. It's like the projects aren't having some sort of vision, but you're just sort of reading a book and you don't know what the end of the story is going to be, but you're curious about what the ending will be. And I think that's a really good way to go about it. And I think the one thing that I learned when I was in their position was I knew I was ready to graduate when I said, how could they let me graduate? I don't know anything. So if anyone is sort of thinking that as they're graduating, I think the faculty did their job.
I think I would just say thank you for having me. And I think this is such an amazing community. The way you pull together to do thesis, I think it's really special. It's really extraordinary. The faculty and the students working so closely together in committees, and the way the work moved. I mean, I haven't seen your projects from the beginning, but I know the process. And I think everyone, it's just such a wonderful result. So I only saw 4 today, but that sort of engagement is evident in the work. I can see that students care about their communities and the community around them cares about them. So it's really amazing. Great job all around.
I'll echo that in many ways. I just really grateful to have spent the morning with you all. It's such a wide range of interests and unbelievably ambitious projects that are, I think in many ways, like fearless in that ambition or undertaking, which I also really appreciate. And just it seems that the structure of support is one that allows, it seems one that's centered around care and allowing the students to develop their own ideas, and in many ways a really rich set of like means of communication that I think I really also appreciate, and I'm grateful to kind of see that fostered, and I'm excited for this to be, I think, a start of a great couple of days or sessions for you all. Thank you.
Yeah, I 100% agree with those comments. Yeah, I was really impressed by the scale of the work and the ambitions and the problems that you all are tackling. And I think that's a testament to the faculty in encouraging students to be fearless, as Jacqueline said, and tackle those big problems. But also think about the designs at the scale of the architecture as well. I think going from the global down to the individual person's experience, I think is really commendable. And all 4 projects were just amazing in their ability to do that. So thank you for having me, and good luck in the rest of your careers.
And I'm just going to add on to that. This has been a wonderful adventure. And sometimes one never knows what they're going to get. These are always like a box of chocolates. You never know what the projects are going to be. And this was, quite a diverse collection of projects, all asked fairly sort of direct questions. You could almost call them humble questions, but ended up with amazing poetic approaches that drew those questions to this audience in very unique ways. And anytime that I can take a morning off and actually learn such a tremendous amount from these 4 wonderful students and their unique approaches is a fabulous day. So I really appreciate being part of this.
Well, great. I mean, that's very well said as well. I think, as Julia said, all the thesis students that have presented so far and have yet to present have earned their rest and earned their satisfaction and kind of, feelings of satisfaction with the work, because it really has sparked some meaningful conversations and meaningful reflections. So with that, I think we will take a pause unless anyone else wants to chime in. Okay, rounds of applause. Thanks to the students. We will be reconvening in a new Zoom link at 1:30. Current jurors, if you're free, you want to drop in, you're more than invited. I can get you the Zoom link. It's also on YouTube and Facebook live stream. So if you want to just listen in, either way, thank you for spending your time with us. It was lovely and meaningful and important to have you. Students, great work. Faculty, thanks for being here. And we'll see you at 1:30. We'll open the Zoom 15 minutes early so you can get settled.
Perfect. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Everyone.